And the other one is just completely temporary, the Crypt Rocks one. Crypt Rock, I guess. Because now you have to add more. I love and hate the adding of more emotes thing. You finally captured the scariest forgotten beast in your caverns. What's the scariest? So I haven't acknowledged the YouTube chat once today. What's the scariest forgotten beast in your caverns, JJ? Also, hi everybody in YouTube chat. I do see you. I hope you guys are doing well over there. So now is a perfectly good opportunity for the Twitch chat to do the same. Twitch, maybe it's time to say hello to YouTube. Let's go play some Dwarf Fortress, shall we? Hope you guys are doing okay over there, YouTube. Hi, Dorbo. How's things? As well as Harry Rosette. And Doramund. Or Selfie. Exactly, Class F empty. Perfect timing, we were waiting for you. There it is. Darkwall. So we started up a new fort yesterday, which we are continuing today. Darkwall is in shambles. A very small fortress currently. Although we're probably about to get a mayor, if I had to bet. We had a big gap in migrants, so I was getting really worried that we weren't going to get any more, but we've started getting migrants again, which is nice. DS, what's up? It's good to see you. Deviled on. Hello. Power Tools and Beer. It's good to see you. As well as MB Audio. You're doing well. So this is the new fort. Don't mind the mud. It's intentional. We did just get a migrant wave, and dwarves are very unhappy. And the reason they're very unhappy is because, well, I'm trying to dam this river so I can get these bodies out. Now, the reason I'm trying to dam this river so I can get these bodies out, well, body got in, I gotta get body out so they stop being dead in the river. Obvious, right? The problem here is it feels like every time I turn, it's like the font off at that zoom level? Weird. I feel like every time I turn around and blink, the water's refilled. JJ is gifting 5 memberships in the YouTube chat. So if you are, if your name is Lancelot, Robert Hunt, Too Many Vaxes, Jordan, or Martin, jump over to the YouTube stream and claim your free membership, because I think you actually have to click a thing. But thank you for checking out the 5-pack of gift members. Anyway, all these dead bodies is making the dwarves upset. It's all the river's fault. And this ain't helping, so we're going to get rid of this. I have to add some shenanigans to this. These dwarves, not happy, like, at all. But you know what? That's okay. The wild boars are fighting with the war dogs. I think I just need to, like, memorialize all these dwarves and then work on getting the bodies out, I think is what I need to do. So that's probably what we're going to do. We've got our tiny little military here, which has a lot of war dogs. Now, the reason we have this tiny little military here, and this whole fort's theme, and this whole fort's goal, is I don't really want to play this fort longer than 2 weeks. Like, I think I'll probably try and finish it by next week. This fort is the Fortress of Darkwall, and we have one simple goal. Kill the king. Or save the king, depending. And then maybe kill him anyway. Darkwall is a member of the faction called the Avalanche of Depressions, which is like, you know, like a hole, like a depression. But the Avalanche of Depressions had one fortress, which was right here. The fortress of Scorchringed. Scorchringed was taken over by the Malice of Baiting a very long time ago. And it's a goblin faction with 2 sites. One right here, and one right here. Now, right here is another goblin faction, which I'm apparently at peace with. Apparently. Probably because this site is at peace with them. And technically my king is here. My king lives here, who is a hundreds-year-olds necromancer. So I am of the opinion that it is very likely that this necromancer is, you know, friendly with these goblins because he's still alive. Now, the other thing is there is a dark goblin fortress here called Walled Cruelty, which has 10,000 goblins living here, as well as, well, okay, that's just pits. This one, the dark goblin fortress of Band Horrors, which also has 10,000. So, my plan is to destroy this site or knock it over. Or that's my goal, is to knock over this site, claim it as mine, if possible. So bring it into my holdings. And if I can, poke the bee's nest. That's what I want to do. That is my whole goal with this fort. I don't care too much about mood. And for defenses, I've built a water geyser, which is very effective and very quickly, instantly floods this entire area. So that's what we're doing. Any questions? As for dwarves, we do have named dwarves in this fort. So I will roll down the names of the dwarves that are in this fort. And then I think a migrant wave literally just showed up, so we've got some more to name. A Curious Maniac, Amethyst, Athtet, as well as Big Bang A1, BT Craig, and Butherker, as well as Chromoise and Dagon Knight and Darius Cardrin, a Devilish Potato, Enkidu, as well as James Drock and John Waterfall Calver and Kyle P. Leviso, as well as Lanix and Kaijin and Monticore and Nero Keys and Potato Godzilla and Pun Intentional, as well as Q and Green Tea, Shutterbug, Snail, Stone aka Seashore's Wall, Taco Caddy, and Tellen Artho, right next to Trovial Laverioli, Verkov, and Walnut Bag, as well as Holy Spokes. Why is Walnut Bag so upset? We need to look into this. Holy Spokes and Zombie Giant Sponge. What happened to you, Walnut? What happened? Oh, you were haunted by the dead. All right. Well, yeah, it's time to make some slabs. I'm just gonna queue up a work order for this slab. Make 10. Let's make them out of chalk. Sure, why not? And when that job shows, I will actually just pause the make rock blocks job on this one, and we'll crank that up to priority numero uno. We also have some migrants who are just walking into the map. So, if you would like Dwarf, this is new world, new dreams, new life. And my goal for this world was, I was thinking, this will be the world that I prep for adventure mode. And then Putnam says on the call yesterday, oh yeah, we figured out the issue of why no goblins are attacking with trolls. And it's apparently because troll settlements or goblin settlements weren't digging down, which means that they're all surface level settlements, which means no trolls or ogres realistically can live in goblin settlements currently in the game. Meaning, when that patch comes out to fix it, which might be the 5012 patch, it might be a later patch, whenever they fix that, it's probably gonna that is something you will have to generate a new world to get. Or at the very least, retire and reclaim a couple forts. But most likely that is actually a change that you will have to, retire a world to get fixed. Even though it won't break your save or anything, you'll still be able to play on the save. But in order to actually get the effects from that, when they do fix that... So maybe this won't be the last world. I don't know. You have built the most evil of fountains for defenses? The most evil of fountains. Do elaborate. Is it lava? What is the level of enemy strength in preferences? So enemies. Enemy strength in preferences, all that does is it makes more enemies show up at once. It's just set to normal right now. It doesn't actually change the difficulty of the game in any way. And then the other parameter is frequency of enemy sieges. So if you set it to hard, they'll just attack you more often and with more people, but that's it. So I guess I don't really understand the question. Like, what difficulty am I technically playing on? Currently normal, but we'll change that if it gets boring. This first Dwarf, the very first one that I am naming today is going to be Narc. I said pick me first. He lives an orderly life, organized and neat, and is very stubborn, often feels envious of others, often acts with compassion, and tends to be, and tends to not feel envious of others. He tends to be swayed by emotional appeals and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He is quick to form negative views about things and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. Dreams of raising a family and personally believes that friendship is the key to the ideal life. And has a deep respect for animals and plants and the natural world. And we're in an ad break now, so I will wait. Although Fraga, who's next, is... And you're not a member of any religion, and you have no family. This next one is going to be Fraga. Fraga considers spending time alone more important than associating with others, lacks confidence in his abilities, and is easily moved to mercy, is grounded in reality and accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands, and isn't particularly ambitious and is quick to form negative views about things. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he has little interest in joking around. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he can handle stress. He could be considered rude and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He becomes very focused during conversations when he's trying to remember something. Hello, Queen Thing. Howdy, gamers. Speaking of gamers, next up is Nameless. Bull Boots. No more Bull Boots. Bulb Boots doesn't generally think before acting, is sloppy with his living space, and dislikes helping others, and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he has a sense of duty. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this as he dislikes the natural world. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and he sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He exhales sharply when he's exasperated, and he talks to himself when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. The Dwarf also believes that tranquility is one of the highest ideals and dreams of creating a great work of art. Has no knowledge. Is novice swimmer. Welcome to Fort. Next up, we got the Kib, the gem cutter. Once again, another gem cutter. This next one is going to be glass half empty. Got Nameless, glass half empty. Often sad and dejected, prone to hatreds, and often develops negative feelings. It's funny that your name is glass half empty instead of glass half full, and you're like a pessimist. He doesn't focus on material goods, is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He can handle stress, and he's given to flights of fancy, and he's passive in discussions, and he often is cheerful. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Next up, we got this dwarf. Actually, hold up. Let me just... No, that's Nameless. Where did glass go? There you are. He personally finds sacrifice to be the height of folly, sees introspection as important, prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity, finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and values honesty. Once again, no religion, no family. DS is up next. DS cuts corners when possible when working on a project, regardless of the consequences, rather than wasting effort or resources. She is inattentive to detail in her own work, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and she works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She is slow to trust others, and she has an active sense of humor. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and she tends to be swayed by emotional appeals. She is often nervous, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she tends to not reveal personal information. She isn't given to flights of fancy, and she can handle stress, and she lives a fast-paced life, and she has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and begins to talk rapidly when she's angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at bad weather. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally sees cooperation as very important in life and does not respect the law, and finds romance distasteful. Hell yeah. Welcome to the fort. I'm not gonna lie, at a glance, this dwarf almost looks like a necromancer. What is your skin tone? Double braids, very long sideburns, long mustache, very long hair, arranged in double braids, cheekbones. He has a jutting thing. Skin is pale pink. I guess so. Huh. Anyway, this surgeon is going to be. Been gone for a while. You have a job. Hell yeah, banana! Congratulations on job acquiring. Saturnine is our surgeon. Doesn't often feel envious of others, tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is very humble and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He occasionally overindulges and is brave in the face of imminent danger, prefers to present himself modestly, is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally respects commerce and those that engage in trade, and does not care about nature one way or another, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. This dwarf 1000% is joining the military, although you do have a developed sense of empathy, so. What else we get? We got a armorer. This is Zulban. Zulban here is Ranger Rick. I think the next one, assuming we get another one, we will pull from YouTube. He is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others, rarely moved by curiosity, and feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. He does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He is an optimist and somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he can sometimes act without deliberation. He doesn't often feel envious of others, and he doesn't live prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He has a calm demeanor and he has a greedy streak, and he doesn't seek out excitement, and he is slow to anger. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. And needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Worships Ver. I'm actually not familiar with that one. Next dwarf here is Iron Pit. I'm sorry, I had to all caps that because of the name of it. Iron Pit. From the YouTube. Iron Pit is gripped by crippling shyness, is very slow to anger, tends to avoid crowds, and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and occasionally overindulges, and likes to take it easy. He tends to stretch out when he's bored, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of mastering a skill, and personally finds leisure time wasteful, finds artwork boring, and the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and also, guessed what? You're joining the military. Because that whole description, you seem like good military. That's a turkey. Probably not going to put the turkey into the military. This is a weaver. This weaver is going to become shark yeeting walrus. He likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. That fits the names so well. He's given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and he is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He is quick to form negative views about things and likes a little excitement now and then. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He has a sense of duty and is assertive, and when there's a pause in conversation, he often starts talking to himself. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally treasures leisure time and thinks it is very important in life, doesn't particularly value loyalty, and doesn't care about fairness. Well, I'm not going to put you in the military. Next up, we have terminal wetness. Solemn Relic Galley. She is given to rough and tumble brawling, even to the point of starting fights for no reason. Uh-oh. She is always tense and jittery, and she enjoys being in crowds. She's very comfortable around others that are different from herself, and she rarely feels discouraged. I think you'd be a fun tavern keeper. What do you think, chat room? She lives a fast-paced life, and she doesn't seek out excitement. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she tends to be passive in discussions. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and she tends to form tenuous emotional bonds with others. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and I think I need to make a mist generator in this fort. Dreams of making a great discovery. Ooh. Add me to the library, and doesn't care about personally views the pursuit of knowledge as deeply important, and values peace over war, and doesn't care one way or another about war. Interesting. Either Tavern Keep or Scholar. I'm thinking Tavern Keep and then Scholar once we have Scholars. You know what I mean? I like this nameless. Wow, I'm a piece of shit. All right. Scrolling down. All right, we're all cut up, actually. Anybody else want one? Here, I'll throw one out randomly. Unlimited? Banana Unlimited. Congratulations on Gerb Acquiry. Does this mean I'm never going to see you again? Is a pessimist and very ambitious, always looking for a way to better his situation. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. Doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and rarely feels discouraged, tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. Could be considered rude and is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He often feels envious of others and often acts with compassion. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he shakes his finger up and down when he's trying to remember something, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he dreams of attaining a rank in society. I wish I had one more character. Dreams of rank. Don't worry about it. I know what it means. Personally sees the denial of impulses as vain and foolish, and as a vain and foolish pursuit, and doesn't particularly respect commerce. Welcome to the fort. I got you, Banana. I mean, don't feel pressure. I'm more just curious. Rad Bug, Oakencopper, is as avaricious as they come, obsessed with acquiring wealth, actively avoids exciting and stressful situations, typical, like, merchant, actively avoids exciting and stressful situations, is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She often acts with compassion and does not go out of her way to help others, and occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess, and she acts with little determination and confidence, and she can handle stress. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crap weather, dreams of raising a family, personally respects commerce, or respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors, and finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, has no family. Poor empathy. I kind of want to toss this Dwarf in the military. She can't handle stress. first squatty is full. Anybody else? Go with Rith the Hammerdorf up next. Rith the Hammerdorf is the sane 42. The sane 42 is definitely sane in the membrane, is quite a bold flatterer. Extremely friendly. Just a little bit insufferable. Is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. Has an overinflated sense of self-worth and relies on the advice of others during decision-making. Has an active sense of humor and is often cheerful. She is stubborn and she does not go out of her way to help others. She doesn't often feel envious of others, and she tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And she does not she does not often feel lustful. She has a greedy streak, and she occasionally overindulges and is quite ambitious. She talks to inanimate objects when there's a lull in conversation, needs dreams of raising a family, and personally values honesty. And then, let's get one more in here. That'll be it for right now. Go with one who's not super upset. How about Avuz the pump operator? Avuz the pump operator is now Mr. Keen. Mr. Keen. Is completely oblivious to any concept of neatness, and will just leave things strewn about without a care. Is a dyed-in-the-wool quarreler, never missing a chance to lash out in verbal hostility. Is bothered by this since he values friendship. Is only rarely feels strong cravings or urges, and tends to think before acting. Likes a little excitement now and then. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Has an active sense of humor. Generally acts impartially. Is rarely moved to mercy, and is assertive. I mean, because sometimes you want them to be the complete opposite of you. Is bothered by this since he values friendship. He only rarely feels strong cravings or urges, tends to think before acting, and has an active sense of humor. He is assertive and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He has a greedy streak, and he is curious and eager to learn and can handle stress. Licks his lips when he's nervous, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally does not care if others take the time to master skills. And Sims, I hope you've been doing all right, dude. But we got one final request that I just noticed. So I do have a couple leftovers, but I will leave these. And this final request that we're going to do is Stingray 540. Stingray. Is stingy with resources when working on projects, refuses to expend any extra effort, takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance, and is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger. Perhaps a bit foolhardily, can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary, and he can easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. Sometimes he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He often feels discouraged and can handle stress, and he tends to consider what others think of him. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally doesn't value loyalty. And you have some passing acquaintances because you've been around the fort for a little bit. All right, which means I probably have a mayor now, right? Not quite yet, but we will. We will soon have a mayor. I have more bedrooms I need to finish. So before I do literally anything else, I'm just going to queue up floors for these bedrooms. Oh gosh. There's like it's not the worst cold ever, but there's like this kind of not great cold virus that went around, at least in these parts, where it like actually having it wasn't that bad, but the cough stuck around for like a month. I know a lot of people who had it, and I know at least one person where it turned into strep throat, so it's like, ugh. Just unpleasant. You got it too? Yeah, I mean, I had it. I had it before Christmas. It was like November that I had it. It was like, I got it, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks after TwitchCon, and it just kind of lingered, but it went away. And at this point, I'm good, but it was unpleasant while I had it. It's like kind of everybody got it. Or a good portion of people got it anyway. So I need a lot more bedrooms. because I sat at like 19 population for a while and just kind of assumed that that's where I would be at. So I started moving all of my workshops forward, and working on more advanced things. Anyway, it literally doesn't matter anymore, because now we just need to focus on bedrooms and defending this fort, because we're gonna start getting attacked pretty soon. I also desperately need to work on moods. Fortunately, I have the ins and out of this fort very, very, very sectioned off from anything else. So I think we are just going to make us a tiny little mist generator right here, and that'll hopefully fix things. I feel like I'm just abusing mist generators, but I hate to break it to you guys, this fort needs it. Like, period. This fort really needs it. Regardless of how much I feel like I'm abusing this feature. Or thing, I guess. Well, I should move this whole thing over one. Bonk, right to there. But at the very least, I can just pop it straight up. Yeah, I can see the ghost. That's the reason the moods are so bad right now. This is because I was trying to get these bodies out of here rather than dealing with these ghosts. Don't mind the named wild boar who's probably very good at swimming at this point. But, yeah. Ever coughed so hard from smoking that you get lightheaded and your vision starts to swim? Yeah, it's called getting a head rush, I think. I think that's the term for that. Not pleasant. I don't like smoking. I really hate smoking. Smoking is one of the few habits, well, I don't smoke cigarettes, I smoke weed, but smoking is one of the few hobbies, habits that I've had in my life that I genuinely hate. It's like, out of all of the addictions, it's like, I hate this. I hate the process, I hate the feeling, I hate the way it makes me feel, I hate the way it smells, I hate literally everything about it. It is just awful. Smoking sucks, don't do it. Do not recommend. Ghost in the water, fire in the sky. Is that where we're going with this? So I'm going to make a corpse/refuse pile. So yes. And yes, although I'm not going to put bones, except for dwarf bones and human bones and goblin bones, I guess. But I'm also not going to put skin. No, hide? Tanned hides or fresh raw hides. And also, let's not put dwarf bodies in here. Oh, also, elves' bones don't matter. And the reason I'm going to say that is there's no elves on this island. So also, technically, humans don't matter. But yes, I will remove elf bones. Well, yeah. That list. I mean, I also could go through and add all the animal people too, but there's just no reason to do that. All right, so turns out I need to move some jobs around. Planters, only selected do this. I don't need literally everybody doing planting. You can keep it because you're expert. You two can. And let's get maybe not you. Let's get like these 4 down here doing planting, just so that it becomes a less all-encompassing job. Because currently, like, everybody is planting. I also need to actually make a better tavern. This is my tavern right now, which leaves something to be desired, I would say. There's a green body that just fell into the river, right next to the stockpile. So it's probably just a ghost if you say green body. You mean this? Yeah, it's a ghost. We need to deal with that. That's why moods are so horrible in this fort right now. Is because we've got like 4 ghosts that are flapping around as I've been trying to dam this river, which I've technically dammed, but as you can see, it keeps refilling, and I don't know why. I blame the rain. It's got to be the rain. It's got to just be raining so much that this river is like magically refilling itself. So, which makes me wonder, if I turn weather off, will this river drain? There is no aquifer in the river. I actually used DFhack to check. There is no aquifer in the river. Also, aquifers, I would have encountered it while digging around here for one thing, initially, but aquifers are beneath the river. It rained right now. Yeah, it's raining right now. So I'm blaming the rain. Like, I genuinely think it's just raining enough on this map that the river is refilling. And I know that, like, rain can make water collection areas fill up. So it's got to be that. Like, that's the only logical, like, course to believe, is that is what's happening. Anyway, regardless, it's mildly annoying. I'm actually just going to dig this way as well, so that I have a more direct route to this. What's the concept for the new fort? Chat! You guys have been watching for a little bit. Tell Scobble the TLDR of what we're doing with this new fort. And also remember, Creature Keepers is not done yet. It was just getting obvious in chat that people wanted a new fort. And I'll be honest, starting new fort's fun. I like starting new forts. All right, let's get some more doors in the right places. Concept. Now we're getting fancy with the commands. It's a very high concept fort of kill the king. Bed. 25 beds. Philosophy. Motif. Manifesto. Although that, if I have a command that's literally ! manifesto, I might get banned from Twitch at a point, just out of like concern for my audience's safety. That's a table, or sorry, no, a floor hatch rather. We're playing chess. 5D chess with shotguns and mind control, or is it time travel? All right, let's queue up some of these bedrooms. Because I got a bunch of dwarves that need bedrooms. There's dogs fighting with wild boars. It's absolute nightmares out front. The problem with all of these dwarves being single... The problem with all of these dwarves being single is I have to make twice the bedrooms. There's like one set of lovers in this entire fort. Yeah, and play with water. That's the other thing. Goal is the command. But it's very, very, very simple right now for this fort. But goal is the command to like get the idea of what's going on in the fort. Also, if you want to download this world, I don't have a link for this right now. It's moved up a bit, but I will pin it actually. This world is pinned in the Dwarf Fort talk room. So if you want to download this world, dig through legends, sort through things, look into stuff. People have expressed interest in helping build kind of lore bibles for worlds using Obsidian, which is something I'm going to look into off stream, look into the options and things that I can do with that, and like basically what the capabilities of it are, and what I need to do on my end to set it up so that other people can access it, and how to moderate it and all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to be looking into that a little bit off stream, because I think being able to build like a shared community wiki for different worlds would be a lot of fun. Your dwarf's always in love trait is making him always have a lover. Makes him more likely to have a lover or actively seek out a lover. There's going to be an ad break in a minute. For some reason, my ad break warnings are working again, which is nice. They weren't for a while, but now they are. Fascinating. All right, so have we made any of those slabs just yet? 7, okay. Means this one right here. Do it now. Do it now. If I have to use GitHub, you've already lost me. Likely the way I'm going to do it is set up something locally, don't use GitHub, and then restrict it to subscribers is probably what I'm going to do. And then just block people if they cause problems. Also, I love, there's two kinds of people in the world. People who know how to use GitHub, and then the rest of us. Sure, but that is the only way I know how to use Git, is with GitHub. And I hate it. And I've been forced to do it a couple times. And I would rather jab both my eyes out than do that. Or rather, jab my one working eye out. Save myself a little bit of pain here. So no, I will set up something, but I'm not going to use Git. Sorry. Bit too much for me. If I have to start managing merge requests, I might as well just go get a job. You don't know weird humanoid necromancer experiments are in, you didn't know that weird humanoid necromancer experiments are in the game. You had a one-eyed demon-looking dude visiting your fortress. Yeah, it's always fun when you end up in a world with a lot of weird Frankenstein's monsters. Always fun. What about those of us that use GitHub and don't actually know how to use it? I mean, I guess I would say I'm in that. Technically. I know how to use GitHub. I'm just intentionally ignorant of it and hate every second of it. Basically. How to X with Git daily. Sure. You're continuing to keep me unsold on the whole thing. I'll be honest, I might actually just end up using Obsidian's like built-in service, which is like $8 a month, which is a bit expensive for what they're doing, but honestly, just do that. I need minimum amount of brain capacity to add a new thing. But how do I rebase if all our base are belong to us? All your base are belong to us. There we go. I got it right. Second time. To me, I feel like GitHub... What's funny is I know somebody who works at GitHub. I know several people who work at GitHub, and they say the same things about GitHub. GitHub is the best option for a very specific use case, and the people who are good at using it think that it is the best thing to use for literally everything. But in most cases, it is a really bad thing to use for things. That is a really weird way to word that. I think I got that in a way that made sense. Did that make sense, chat? Anyway. Hate using GitHub, but Unity version control can burn in hell. I mean, if you're developing software, yeah, you should use GitHub. It's free. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's the other one, is same thing. Like there's several different like options that I've had people tell me to look into where I'm like, yeah, okay, these seem all right. We could look into this as an option, but you know, have to find it first. Arch, thank you very much for the 9th month. Welcome back. Sorry for talking shit about GitHub. Apologize. I'm sorry. What's the other one that we're making here? It's Jezza. What about Prue? Oh, you are entombed. Then how come your coffin says that you're not? Well, regardless, I'm going to make slabs for you two as well. What are these gits and why do they need a hub? Do we need to explain the Britishisms in there? Because you got to keep all those gits cornered off from the rest of society so that they don't hurt people, you know? Right? Or am I getting too real with this? It's the only way to keep the rest of us safe. There are so many dogs. I was worried I wasn't going to get migrants, so I was breeding an army of war dogs, and now I'm questioning my life's choices. Y'all's upper body ever just feel bad sometimes? Yeah, usually when my upper body just starts to feel bad, that's when I decide, I need to go for a bike ride this weekend. And then I do, and then I do some exercise, then I go on a hike, and then I generally feel better. Is usually kind of my order of operations. By the way, the local group for this faction is literally called the Avalanche of Surprise. So, time to make shawarma. I mean, I was doing that yesterday, and chat kept getting upset with me. They're like, why are you killing the puppies? And I was like, well, have you seen how many of them I have? Like, Jesus. I mean, I think the key to exercise isn't doing exercise. The key to exercise is finding exercise that you actually enjoy doing. Because then it's a lot less effort to just, you know, go through the process of getting outside or going to wherever you need to go or doing the thing that you need to do. I like riding bikes and I really like hiking. I also like going on walks. So when I start to feel like shit, I do one of the things that I like doing. I hate going to the gym. I hate running. I hate being around the people that go to the gym mostly. I know that gyms are like, oh, it's a judgment-free zone. Bitch, stop lying. Certainly not. So I hate going to the gym. I hate paying for gym memberships. I hate my building's gym. None of that stuff's for me. But I do certainly think the gym can have its place. Right, that's ghost number 1 gone in a few. Thunk, that's 1. Jazza's now gone. Now we're just waiting on this one. Montecore is bringing in the Chalk Memorial. People who are good at DDR terrify me, so I can relate to that. I knew somebody through the internet ages ago who was pretty good at DDR and actually bought a DDR cab just so that he could play more DDR. So. Wait, what? Who says I don't like you? JJ. I am is confused. I really hope one day we necromancers get the ability to make necromancer experiments in your fortress. Because I want a necromancer to go into a foul mood and then just like rip apart 2 citizens and just like turn them into Frankenstein's monsters. I want that to happen in my video game. I think that would be fantastic. Little dark, but I think that would be very entertaining. Oh, you're a gym person? If you enjoy the gym, more power to you, right? But I spent years in sports, and a lot of that time was in the gym. And it just mostly brings back bad memories of, like, working out twice a day and getting, like, mercilessly bullied by other people in said sport. So for me, it's just a kind of a cacophony of bad memories and, like, an era of my life that I'm very happy is over, I guess. So for me, it's just, If you like the gym, more power to you. Enjoy it. Use it to its full benefits. This gym guy seems popular. You know, the last gym that I knew in person was my old building manager, and he got fired for stealing money from the building. So he was, I mean, not popular. So there is that. Sorry to all the gyms in the world watching the stream right now. You haven't been to a gym regularly since COVID. That's part of it, I think, for me too. I mean, I know how badly my build, like, because my building has a gym in it, right? And it's so right. It's got like some machines and such. It's got like a pull-up bar and it's got all of the basic things you need for a decent little gym. But I know how poorly it's cleaned. It's very clear, and I've seen other people in there not clean anything, and honestly, that's part of it for me. I mean, I had a gym membership before the pandemic. I just hated going there. I would go, but I would only go when, like, for a while there, I had a guy that I would go to the gym with. It was somebody I used to work with. And me and him after work, we would go to the gym 3 days a week, and that was pretty good. And that lasted for a while, but then he quit and, like, went to school, like you should in that kind of dead-end job environment. As a Jim, you're offended? You know, if I ever meet somebody whose name is Jim and spells their name G-Y-M, I think I might lose a considerable portion of my sanity. No, I had good gym buddies when I had gym buddies. When I was in sports, you don't choose your gym buddies. You don't choose your teammates in sports. You are in sports. And I was competing to get on to Team Canada for sprint kayaking for my age category, and people weren't nice. That's just sports. All right, let's unpause the game. And check on this. On this. Where is my miners at? Okay, where are my miners at? They are over here, and what's the priority on these? 3? Okay, so that's 4. Let's reprioritize this stuff to 7. Because all of this stuff's all this tetrahedrite's getting mined out, and I want it all mined out. But I want it mined out at a lower priority because it doesn't need to be, like, done first. We got plenty of it currently sitting around that needs to be done. I need them to go work on things like this, basically. Huh? Why you no let me increase priority? Oh, right. I have it set to auto. You know, it doesn't matter how long I play this game, I will still do that. I will still do that. It does not matter. Like, I could play this game for 15 years and I will still do that sometimes. What's the plan for Darkwall? Exclamation point goal's been updated. New fort day? Continuing new fort from yesterday, yes. It's just like, no matter how long I play this game, I will still accidentally, like, pause the game and then wonder, why is this job taking so long? Buthrucker is, the gem cutter has been taken by a Fey mood. Is probably going to claim this, if I had to bet. Oh, there we go. I was correct. Immediately runs off. Dodging puppies left and right. Yeah, this fort has a massive puppy infestation. It's kind of horrible. I don't know how we'll ever survive such a terrible scourge on our society. Send them to war? Pretty much. And that's kind of the plan. You know, actually, instead, let's just get rid of this flooring. Let's just do it that way. Get all that stuff dumped. Mostly dead rats, courtesy of the kitties. Why'd you stop digging? The hell? Walnut's all the way out here digging. Oh, okay, cool. Not where I need you to be, Walnut. Where did I put my dump? In the Super Bowl? But if you're talking about where am I dumping the bodies? Right here. You're just waiting for someone to wipe them all out before they merge into a giant ball. What, for the dogs? I mean, okay, just check this out. Look at how many war dogs I have assigned to these soldiers. Like, yeah, there's a cloud of puppies around them, but if I tell my soldiers to just go stand here. Look at the war dog population. Okay, a lot of them just left. But look at the war dog population. Okay, they're leaving again. But look at how many war dogs I have. There's so many. Kind of great, actually. I also need to make armor for a bunch of these dudes. How many things do I need? Shields, looks like. The gem cutter has created a perfect shard called Can't read that. It's a perfect shard called Dasmagos Zanos Zokam. A perfect shard. And claims it as a family heirloom. You know what? I've got an idea. What if I literally put it in my front entrance? Maybe like at the back of the military training area behind glass or something. I feel like that would be kind of fun. Oh, I know something else I need to do. Labor, standing orders, refuse and dumping. Gather outdoor refuse. That's probably part of the problem. We'll also gather outdoor vermin remains. That'll get rid of all of these bodies. I kind of forgot to do that. Puppy body shields. Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. All right, let's go up to here. Did I put Jezza's slab in the wrong place? I did. Rollbull, you can go here. Actually, instead of deconstructing this, I will just simply delete this and assign Jezza to this one. This one is Rollbull. Repru is assigned to this one. That one's Oz. Who's up here, apparently. Done. When the standing orders defaults can be changed. Yeah. You know, that would be nice. We had Putnam in chat yesterday talking about quality of life stuff, and it's got me real excited about the next small patch, which is version 50.12, because it's apparently literally just UX quality of life stuff. So I'm really excited for that patch, because that's going to be really nice to see. Just everything that, or all the stuff anyway, that can go in at this point. I'm very curious to see what Putnam is has been working on, I guess. Because I think that sort of stuff is very exciting. Kind of at all levels. All right. Oh, I know what I need to do. It's been a while since I've started up a new fort. Use and dumping. Workers gather food. Where's harvest? I want only farmers harvest. Everybody harvests. Only farmers harvest. There we go. Because I would really like everybody else to stop harvesting. Because there is a lot of harvesting jobs, but I literally just want my farmers harvesting. I don't need my miners harvesting. And also food needs to go back here. Kill them with cuteness? Certainly. Gotta vanish for a while. Clock in with family and whatnot. Gotcha. Leave the tab up, though? Ah, it's okay. How dare you vanish halfway through a stream 2 days in a row, Elfie? I think Stone's got the fort, right, Stone? Hey, YouTube. I don't think you have any mods over there, so behave, gotcha? If you don't behave, I don't know. I might have to glare at you menacingly. Okay, yeah, I have no idea why they stopped digging these. I guess I'll just set it to priority number 1. Looks like moods are moving up a little bit, which is good, but we really need to fix this. If dwarves start tantruming, this fort may end quickly. There will be no consequences. You have not been warned. No, I won't DM you. If they don't behave, I'll just bop people. It's time to get rambunctious. I mean, only if being rambunctious includes saying nice things to people around you. YouTube chat is threatening me with riot now. Yeah, me too. You know what's weird? Is April is only a couple of months away. I had this realization because, like, I realized that I have to start tomatoes. So I've got tomatoes growing in my closet now, which is fine, right? But to me, that means it's almost spring. Because, like, when I'm starting tomatoes, it's like, oh, wow. I'm going to be planting tomatoes in, like, a few months. Oh, geez. And that's like I'm in that mode now of, well, it's getting close to that season. Diamond, how's your new favorite emote that's now usable everywhere instead of just on Better Twitch feel? Yeah, it's like it's you can be like, one of these emotes is sus. Because one of them's official and the other one's on Better Twitch. It's funny. All right. Yeah, I don't know what's up with this. Priority number 1. I don't understand. All right, fine then. Yoink. No, that's got to not be the issue, right? I'll just fill it up with wall pieces once they take it out, if this is actually an issue. How the hell come more emote space? Twitch decided to be generous. Like, literally, that's the only logical reason for it, is Twitch just decided to give us more emotes. How much wood am I sitting on currently? Not that many. All right, it's time to go clear cut the forests again. Oh, actually, we've already clear cut the forests, but it's time to go clear cut more forests. And let's knock down more of this. And grab us more of this. Yeah, it's kind of nice being on a continent without any elves and not even have to worry about getting attacked by them because it's like, well, they don't exist here, so how could this be a problem? Still don't have a mayor, even though we've got enough dwarves to have a mayor. Which, you know, is interesting in its own kind of fun way. The forests, more forests. Yeah, I mean, there's nobody to protect you here. Oh, running out of mechanisms. Which is funny, because I thought I was making mechanisms, but I guess not. Make rock mechanism. Let's do 40. I must have just run out of them. You know, honestly, material doesn't matter, because we're not doing lava. Just having fun with water. But yeah, Twitch decided to be generous, and so, like, everybody who streams on Twitch is just kind of, like, at the same time in unison going, hey, artists, you need work? It's literally what Twitch streaming is like right now, is every single person who makes emotes is going, yeah? But, like, how many? And the streamers are all like, yes. So we need, let's do copper statues. You know, I wonder. What's the last name of my king? Civilizations. Bim, G-I-N-G. Okay. Bim Youngmind is a dwarf necromancer born in 35. He's the only son of Kodal and Doduk. Nutsroof. That's a funny last name. So Bim, my king, is a dwarf necromancer. I'm going to make 4 statues of him. See what we can find out. I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, they grow, but they don't grow that fast. That's a lot of mugs. A lot of mugs and barrels right there, turns out. Let's just do some shale floors. Just 1 tile at a time. So that I have plenty of extra to keep tiling. So I can just get beds in these and doors in the doorways. And I'll go through and smooth all of this stuff. Turns out we still need lots of beds. Not too many, but enough. Sweet, we got nobody at the lowest possible happiness anymore. That's good. Also, most of the random skeletons are no longer visible, which is good. Yeah, I don't want to just, like, fill the entire emote catalog up with memes. What I'm kind of planning on doing is going to Cooler and using some of the ideas that you've made, Diamond, and, like, Zwari made and other people, and just making, like, drawn versions of those instead of, like, hacked together in Photoshop things, you know what I mean? That's all I'm really planning on doing. And I think that that's kind of fair, in my opinion. Because then you guys can keep your memes, and I can have emotes. How's things, Big Bang? What's up, dude? Me too, Defiler. Me too. I still go back and watch the WTF Izzes. And you know, honestly, I probably always will. Thought you would stop in while you have a few minutes. Currently, you're sparring. You were accepting, remembering seeing Jezza, Whitmaze, die. One of the original founding members of this fortress. And mulling over the reoccurring memory allow you to change your personal tendencies. It allowed you to become less depressed. So you became stronger seeing the original founder of this fortress die. Can floor bars be toppled? Technically, yes. Crypt meme. I mean, that's pretty much Crypt glare. That's about as close to a meme emote as I have. Which, honestly, that emote's pretty spectacular in that regard. And an ad break now, so I will pause. Dwarven shotgun failed, but you know how to fix it. That's good. Half the fun of Dwarven shotguns is tinkering with it and building it, you know? Once it's built, it's just kind of like, all right, now we're just in the process of like rearming, refiring, rearming and firing, rearming and firing, etc. And Manticore Alpha as well. Which is a name chat probably misunderstands me or mishears me as saying Monticore. Not to be confused with Manticore. Oh, also, chat room. Some of you were probably here last year for this. So I feel kind of okay stating this now. Currently, my team is in the early stages of starting to loosely plan another Dwarf Fortress hot potato. That's something I feel kind of okay about stating out loud. We are in the very early stages of loosely planning another Dwarf Fortress hot potato. You're happy because you built your first quantum stockpile and got it working? Hell yeah. Small victories, right? Was it the corner that you deconstructed? I guess I didn't click. Wait, what? How did this whole thing collapse? That's kind of amazing. Fortunately, the water isn't that deep. It's 6 of 7, so maybe you'll be able to get out. Come on, Dwarf. Climb. On, Craig. Come on, Dwarf. Climb. There a ramp up there? Should be. Ha! Come on, Dwarf. He's got this. I got faith. Climb up. You can do it. There you... Oh, come on. The fact that he's not constantly drowning and just swapping between is going to save him, I think. I feel like I should start teaching these dwarves how to swim. I think that's something I need to do for this fort. Rest in peace, Craig. He had it. Yep. He had it. Yes, I am making a mist generator. I mean, look at the moods. We need it. I also need to teach these dwarves how to swim. But for unrelated reasons. Totally unrelated, yes. Very much unrelated reasons. River claims another dwarf. They don't even know he's dead yet. What's up, Celestars? Why are we screaming? Another founder. Yep. These dwarves are starting to wonder why they ever left the goblins. Plop Jet along there. Maybe our overlord wasn't so bad. Yeah, these horrible dwarven fortress overseers. Dealing with monkeys and other fun things. I'm just going to queue up all the puppies. Oh. Okay, I need a place to put the puppies. The problem with puppies is they have the dog instincts where they follow dogs or create people that they like. It's kind of a pain because it's like almost impossible to properly pasture them. Puppy pen? Sort of. I mean, I don't really want to put them in cages because that does make me feel bad. I'd rather just slaughter them if I'm going to start putting them in cages. But yeah, no, I do absolutely need pen. It really makes me wish that the old kennels used to do what it sounded and not what it does. You know what? I'm just going to go over here. Pen pasture. Let's put puppies over here. Puppy, 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 puppy. The result actually is I'm probably just going to slaughter a lot of them. There's so many puppies. All right. It's going. Suited. Yourself. Okay, there we go. I spotted his body. And I need to make some more copper picks. And I'm going to jump over here. I'm going to remove walnut bag from the miners. Add in 2 more miners. And scroll down a ways. Any peasants? I'm going to wetness. You can be a miner. Even though, well... Narc, you can be a miner. And terminal wetness, I think, is going to become the tavern keep for right now. He's a skilled conversationist and negotiator. And I'm going to take a chest and plop it into here. Earth keeps spinning. I mean, it'd be weird if it didn't. That'd actually be very strange if it stopped spinning. Update your uniform. Okay, you need copper shields. 2 more copper shields coming right up, and by that I mean 10 more. Copper shields. get that up and coming. And the next thing I'm going to do actually is I'm going to assign a new uniform. We're going to add a new uniform. Let's just do breastplate, helm, greaves, gauntlets, low boots, because that's the only thing I have options for. Shields and bucklers, and hammers. But I'm also going to add trousers and let's say socks, because it's weird making people wear uniforms without socks. We're going to call this armor metal hammer. Sure. Metal hammer. I think that isn't that a metal record label? It is. This guy keeps on turning. Sure. Sure. Update equipment. I need to actually swap them out. That's something important I need to do.
I'm sick and seeking ease with some DF.
Sick and seeking ease with some DF. That seems not good that you're sick. I hope you feel better soon. Holy fucking puppers. Horslet, thanks for the 15th month. Welcome back. Square hammer? Well, I mean, metal hammer is straight up a record label, I'm pretty sure. Square hammer is a song. Well, they're not uncovered because they are wearing greaves, so I guess that's good. And Salty wants you to post beers, chat. Which is kind of funny because why are we not? Is it because of the socks thing? Is that why we're not equipping shoes? You do, in fact, have your low boots on. Well, I think I have a little bit of a clothing industry. Clother shop, cloth. How are we doing on cloth? Only 11 pigtail cloth? That seems low. All right, well, fine. Let's just make 10 pairs of socks. See what happens. Back to work you go. All right, don't work too hard. Just get rid of this wild boar, please. He's in a very inconvenient place. All right. Wild boar's been removed. Teeth are probably in the process of getting removed. Yep. Rip your tickets. It happens to the best of us. Did the bot already post the winners? Oh, yeah, literally everybody lost. Jeez. You know, honestly, whenever I just do armor replaces clothing, I never, like, put actually assign clothing to the bottom of it. This time I did. I'm curious to see if I can get them to wear socks as well as part of the uniform currently. I have no idea how I acquired an iron low boot, by the way. Absolutely no idea. So apparently I acquired an iron low boot. Somehow. As for how? No idea. Okay, so let's go down. So this should connect this whole thing up. Get it rolling. Let's check these statues of our king. The dwarf Bim and Manam Youngmine, the dwarf in copper. But Bim is embracing Manam. The artwork relates to the marriage of the dwarf necromancer Bim to the dwarf Manam in 54. It's the ascension of the dwarf Bim to the position of Baron in 107. So this dwarf became a Baron in 107. Bim got the position of king of the Avalanche of Depressions in the early spring of year 500. So got married in 52, became Baron, and then later king. And I've got more migrants. Oh, same rules go. I'm just going to grab the first person I see in chat. Celistaris is a mason. Almost never feels discouraged. Finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. Tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. Finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She doesn't handle stress well, and she has a greedy streak, and she tends to think before acting, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She's not particularly interested in what others think of her. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally does not care about family one way or another. Do I have a mayor yet? Yes, I do. In fact, Walnut Bag is now the mayor of the fort. I repeat, Walnut Bag is now the mayor of the fort. Lore here also dreams of mastering a skill, turns out. It's okay. I got the gist, Defiler. All hail the mighty Walnut. In this house, we follow Walnut. Anyway. Waldy's nuts. He has a very calm demeanor and occasionally overindulges, is rarely feels discouraged, and easily can fall in love or develop positive feelings, doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing his mind, and he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he has a tendency to go it alone. Without considering the advice of others, he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. And JJ is gifting 5 more memberships in the YouTube chat. JJ's making you guys look slow today, you Twitch chat. Like, geez. If you're in the YouTube chat, Jesse Roberts, Killjoy20, with Ducks and Ayun. Okay. Anyway, claim your memberships. Does not have the greatest aesthetic sensitivity, and he's conflicted by this as he values parties and artwork in its creation. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally sees introspection as important, values hard work, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. Doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. Waldy's nuts is quoted. Oh, there you go. Mm-hmm. Nuts glued to the wall. Yes. Just like peanuts are peed nuts, obviously. Or nuts that like getting peed on, of which we don't judge. Is there anybody else? I think our mayor's going nuts. Sure. All right, let's roll for a little bit. Also, hi, Nasty Ninja. Good to see you, mate. As the population rise up to 60 dwarfs. You know, considering I was like reserved to this fort, like having no population, I'm quite impressed still. I am quite impressed. Bioactive, 420 is dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them, is conflicted by this for more than one reason, finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and often feels discouraged, doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and often feels envious of others, has an active sense of humor, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. When she's thinking hard, she has a habit of licking her lips. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Does not really care about anything anymore. Also, dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized, and personally treasures leisure time and thinks it is very important in life. Doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important, and thinks it is very important in life, and doesn't see the point of working hard. A true artist. So because we actually have a noble now, I'm going to move this workshop Mechanic shop. I kind of wish I could cram it in here somewhere. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. There you go. Standing up to the YouTube chat. Not a fair fight, but it's also not a fair fight because subs are half the price on YouTube. Becoming a YouTube member is like $2 a month on my YouTube channel because I don't really see the point. Like, you get emotes? Okay. Well, I'm not going to give you unique videos, so. Does you? English, good, indeed. How thing? Napalm. Swideburns. Helping us crawl back towards the 900 sub count. New Fort Hype? Indeed, Silver Falcon. I'll make you out of quartzite. Make it pink. All right, so up here, this is my manager's office. So I'm going to put another office, and it's going to go kind of right here. In this office is going to be 2 tables, 2 chairs, and I'll put a chest. Put a cabinet, but I don't really have the space. I'll just plop that stuff there, and then this can be given to the mayor. So at the very least, Walnut will have an office. It won't be a great office, but hey, it's an office. Are they turntables? No, but you have to take your turn to use those tables, so. And then over here is going to be the rest of my food stockpile. At least for a bit. All food. No plump helmet seeds. No cave wheat seeds. No pigtail seeds. No sweet pot seeds. Easy peasy. I'm growing pigtails. Not? Oh, that's the issue. We're just straight up not growing pigtails. Okay, well, autumn and summer next year, we will grow pigtails on this side. And one layer up, I will place another still. I don't really want to make it out of mudstone. Let's make it out of electrum, because I've got 1 electrum bar, so might as well use the electrum bar. We got more happy dwarfs again. Yeah, no, it's stagnating, actually, I think is what's happening. We've got some dwarves that are getting more upset, and then some dwarves are like getting happy, but I'm just going to chuck a pit pond into here. Let's get this side going. Once this thing is up and running, the dwarves will get way happier. This will keep us stable. I'm actually curious if this is going to break things. It's going to launch it out. Here's hoping it doesn't. Yep. High enough up that it did in fact launch them. Great. It's just a random skull and tusk. Creature Keepers is still alive and well. I guess that's the question. Creature Keepers is currently alive and well and will continue to be alive and well. And we will be launching you out. Okay, sweet. We will be continuing Creature Keepers, hopefully later tonight, is actually the goal. But I said I would continue it yesterday and ended up playing this fort for like 10 hours. So we'll see how things go, how timing works. I think we all know the feeling of like starting something new and being like, yeah, I'll keep doing the other thing. Oh. We'll see. That's probably about how long I'll make it. Don't really need it to be much bigger than that. Yeah, that too. I mean, I told Putnam she can just do that whenever a couple weeks ago, and up until this point, she hadn't actually done it. So I have a jeweler's guild somehow. I just need to state that somehow we have a jeweler's guild. I was kind of joking earlier about maybe making a jeweler's guild because wait, whose body's in this then? Pru's body's in this? Then why is... I don't understand. They put the wrong body in there. Got to deconstruct it and move it. Okay, so let's make tombs. I wonder if they move the bodies around when they get jostled by the water. Big Craig, you can go there. I need to swap this out. So I will make a jeweler's guild. Because that seems fun. I see no reason to not. Coffin and slabs? Kind of trying to. I'm trying to make slightly nicer coffins, at least for the original founding members. Okay, so Pru, you go there. This dwarf needs one before in. Yep, you're coming to fill pond. Yo, that's one. Nobody's coming to get the bucket. Somebody else should be coming to fill pond. Anytime this year, dwarves. Here comes Defiler. Also carrying another cat bucket. Yeah, I mean a lot of the dwarves are like in the river, and it rains so much that I can't consistently drain the river. So I have to use some more intense strategies to drain the river, and that is a slow process. Turns out. But that is a very slow process. Let's use chalk in the middle here. Should have enough for this, right? Oh, no, I don't. That's fine. Let's throw on the boulders then. I ain't making steel in this fort anyway. Let's go make that guild hall. So this is my Rangers Guild, which desperately needs some expanding. But because they want a Jewelers Guild, I think we can do that. I'm also kind of planning on making a library. I just need to figure out where I'm going to put it. Kind of thinking... I'm kind of thinking library maybe goes over here on this side. But with like a little bridge. So like maybe a little bridge coming from here over to there. What do you think? Seem fun? That or I could bring a walkway down around here and have a little bridge. Ooh, yeah, we should do that. Do like a priority 3 dig. We'll build another little walkway that's going to go along here. Then go over to here, and then this can be library. Maybe not huge, though. I can give them little windows. I'll come back across. Maybe put windows there, too. I do have quite a few gems I'm sitting on. I say that. I don't actually have gems I'm sitting on. Currently, all my gems are encrusted into furniture. With boars, you went to war with boars, maybe 30 to 50 of them. Yeah, I'm in a similar boat. If animals, from what I can tell, this is just a guess, but if animals have a baby on your map, they tend to not leave. So if you have a herd of animals wander onto your map, and some of them die, they also tend to not leave until they're all dead. So what I've noticed is that if you just have, like, let's just say 10 wild boar walk on your map, right? You killed 2 of them. The ones that didn't die will then stay until they're all dead, if that makes any sense. However, I need to geld this cat before we have cat problems too. However, the problem with this is that I find that it's pretty easy once that starts happening to then just, like, literally, like you said, go to war with them. Hello, Neezer. You're a bit sad you missed the embark. Yeah, it was yesterday was the embark. Although I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of new forts in the next month. Don't want cat problems? You know exactly what I mean. All right, so we are in an ad break right now. I will wait another 7 seconds. I think we can unpause now. Okay, so let's up this to priority 2 again. Lock this out. Get this sucker started. Where are my miners at? Very inconvenient places, it turns out. I guess I'm out of doors. So what type of doors was I making? Shale doors? I am, in fact, no longer making doors. Rock! Door. Shale, let's make 30. Hack your ground heating unit because you don't want to pay $25 a year when the unit itself was over 10,000. Ground heating unit because you don't want to pay. That doesn't seem like a lot of money, though. I don't know. But then again, I don't understand where that bill's coming from or how the payment structure works where you live, so I guess I shouldn't say too much, but that doesn't seem like a lot. Like, yeah, it seems like an expensive heating unit, but I mean, paying for power for a thing doesn't mean, anyway, I don't know. Seems like an odd fight to fight. It's not the sum, it's the principle. I mean, okay. I guess I don't, like I said, I don't know what that money is going to. I don't know what you're paying for. It's like, are you paying for maintenance fees? Are you paying for power? What, like, anyway. When it comes to, like, dodging bills out of air quotes principle, I'm generally a bad person to talk to. But like I said, because I don't know what you're paying for. It's a weird discussion to have. A subscription to be able to remotely control it. Okay, that I understand. Yes, no, absolutely. Fucking break that thing. It's like put a Raspberry Pi in it and hack the crap out of it. Makes perfect sense. I thought you were talking about, like, avoiding your power bill, and I'm like, what? that's how that read to me. But fucking just demolish the thing. It's just like my dad talking about wanting to buy a Tesla and me going, before you buy a Tesla, look into the open source firmware of those, just in case, you know, the dealerships cease to exist. Or something like that, you know? Like I was saying, Shutterbug. Like at that, yeah, fucking destroy the thing. Better advice, don't buy a Tesla. There's some things I can't give my dad advice on. Although, for whatever it's worth, my dad doesn't buy new cars. So, if he did get one, it would be used. And turns out, every 2 years, all of those crazy nerds that buy the new prissy, fancy Madangle car, all those people every 2 years sell their cars and buy a new one. So, that's how my dad gets cars. You hope electric cars become more accessible to the general public. I hope cars cease being a fashion object and become a tool and utility. And I hope that public transit becomes more accessible to the general public. And also, I hope public transit becomes more widely accepted by the general public and that the stigmas around public transit go away, because turns out a lot of that stigma exists because it makes more money to sell you a car. So whenever I see people saying, I hope cars become more accessible, I hope cars become less accessible. And no, I'm not talking about your antique fancy cars that you ride around in a parade once a year and keep as like a collector's object. That's different. You're more than welcome to keep your collector's objects. That's fine. Got no issue with that. That doesn't catch fire regularly. Yeah, that's something you don't want. Oh yeah, no, totally. I mean, I once again, I'm not talking about people who live in rural areas. If you live in a rural area, like, you do what you got to do to get around. That's completely out of my entire conversation. It's less Chinese EVs and more, not even Teslas so much these days. It's mostly just like electric bikes that catch on fire at this point. You never needed a car? Yep, because they have logical car ownership laws, which would have most people in the U.S. screaming it starts with an F and ends with assist. Laws. You know, like, you can only own a car if you have a place to park it, and it has to be on your property kind of laws. Bita Boy, thanks for the $4. What's up, Cool and Bark? Thanks. Chat says it looks like Pac-Man's eating the mountain. Yeah, I can't speak for rural areas because it's very far out of my realm of knowledge. Even though I grew up in a rural area, like, the world's changed so much since when I lived there. We've got wild boars fighting. We are just actively at war with wild boars. Like, we are actively getting invaded by named wild boars. This one's killed so many. Okay, that's it. Soldiers, go kill this dog murderer. Both of them are named. These are like legendary kills because they've killed so many of my dogs at this point. Get them. Get them, squatties. Just beat the crap out of them. I do not want to read a description of them like horribly murdering wild boars, though. Can we get a public transit hype train?
A public transit hype train?
Not really. I mean, one person cheered $4, one person cheered $10, and now somebody cheered $1. I guess it's a hype train.
Congrats on
but you need one more
right
person
away,
to make it into a hype train.
Needing to complete mountain reduction surgery.
Getting to start the base and not having to complete mountain reduction surgery. I mean, it was hurting the mountains back. It's the only thing that, like, logically could happen at that point. Not gonna butcher them? You can't butcher things that you've told your soldiers to kill. Unless they're forgotten beasts. Like, it just doesn't work most of the time. I don't even bother trying. Chaku, thanks for gifting 2 subs. Nero Keys, thanks for the $2. Well, I mean, it's the logic behind it, as I understand it, is similar to the logic of if something is if you kill an animal with a knife and you stab it repeatedly in the stomach, you can't eat that meat. It's that kind of thing. Sam, thanks for the $10. Appreciate you. And Monia, thanks for chucking out a gift sub to Fractabellum. Also, thank you. You're very kind, chat room. I think I'm actually going to do wood floors. Ginkgo. Let's do Ginkgo wood floors for this room.
We doing a hype train?
And the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make a copper pedestal. We're going to put that perfect gem in here. Just makes sense. You can, but it's not good for you. Exactly. You came back to DF after 3 years of inactivity. You were afraid that you missed out too much stuff with all the new updates, and the tutorials made it extremely quickly. If you've played Dwarf Fortress before, getting into Premium is really easy. Like, assuming you're not married to the old keyboard shortcuts, which that stuff's slowly getting worked on. It's like, it's very easy to get into Dwarf Fortress. Jesus.
I have a few bits left still.
Thanks for the $3, Darius. And Suited Giraffe, what's up with the 10-pack? Or 12-pack? 12-pack of gift subs. Were you trying to hit a number? Because if you were, I think you undershot. Like, if your goal was to hit 200. Regardless, thanks for the 12 subscriptions. You literally, this has sparted most of the chat out the window. I got more doors to place. And coincidentally, that means I get more bedrooms. Sem, thanks for the $3. And Rolf, thanks for gifting a subscription to Nasty Ninja. And because she keeps complaining, if someone could snipe Bastet, since we're doing this right now, she keeps complaining about ads. Might as well help her out eventually. Or, like, wait till she stops complaining about ads, you know. Could go full evil. All right, another puppy's been slaughtered. That's fine. Let's wait for this. And we will queue you up as a Jewelers Guild. Guild Hall. Jeweler Hall. The Die of Steel. The Die of Gems. There we go. Much better. Very low value still. Gotta work on that. Thanks, Defiler. Although you sniped the wrong Bastet, but that's besides the point. Means a lot. Suited Giraffe, thanks for an additional 3 subscriptions. Yeah, I should have stated, like, that she's got numbers at the end of her name. Which is the right Bastet? She's not lurking in chat right now, which actually makes that a little difficult. Hold on a second. 10 seconds. I, like, blot out numbers at the end of people's names in my brain. I don't know if you do that too, but if somebody's typing or talking, I just ignore the numbers at the end of the name, which sometimes lands me in the wrong place. And she doesn't have a link to her profile. Well, that's annoying. 369, yeah, that's correct.
This is Sparta!
We doing Sparta?
But Suited, yes, you've nailed the 200 mark. Thank you very much for gifting an additional 3 subscriptions. I'm a little bit behind. Can you tell? The search for the dwarves comes from DF Hack feature. Which hopefully we won't need once we get that quality of life patch. Because they are adding more filtering and such. That lemons, so you just figured that lemons is a hybrid of citrons and bitter orange, which means life never gave us lemons, we invented them ourselves. So actually, so wait, if lemons are a hybrid and a human creation, lemons are our fault? Huh. New badge, it seems, yes. It means that you no longer have a red thing next to your name, and you'll now have a pink thing next to your name? I can't remember what the next one is. Yes, pink thing next to your name. Deviled on, sniped Bastet. Welcome back, Bastet, I suppose. And Silver Falcon, thank you very much for converting that Prime to a Tier 1 subscription. Pink thing. There you go. See? Pink thing.
Island Kinum.
Island Kinum. We gave ourselves lemons so that we could make lemonade. This is true. Update equipment. Yeah, I'm assuming it's just like... Yeah, there's no conflicts. All right, I'm going to just... this uniform. That's what I'm going to do. And we're going to just make a new one. I'm not going to worry about the socks thing. Breastplates. Helms. Greaves. Gauntlets. Low boots. Shields. More hammers. Places clothing. Hammer squad. There you go. And assign uniform hammer squad. There they go. That's what they need to do. Go get the things you need, Dwarf. Thank you much for the 69 pennies, and Anonymous, thanks for gifting a sub to Limes. It was the first channel ever to raid me. Fun fact. Thanks for 24 subscriptions and the $43 in bits. You guys are very kind. Thank you much, chat room. I will approve the Jeweler Guild. Still slaughtering them puppies. Chuck all those out. Bit boy, thanks for the $4. Appreciate you, dude. How's Shutterbug doing? Not dead. Currently leading a dodging demonstration. You want to cause trouble and, well, your current, you want to cause trouble and argue right now. And you're quite satisfied at your job. Yeah, DF Hack is kind of a separate piece of software that more or less runs concurrently push, so it doesn't affect the existence of your save files. There was times in the past where it could cause crashes, but it's been a long time since it's actively caused crashes. Grouch hit drinking the same old booze. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ungrateful Dorphins. Can dwarves get unpossessed? Not until they finish their artifact. You know what? Let's just make sure it's the right material. And then eventually we need, well, actually what I need to do right now is I need to expand this back to here. I now have more space to train. How did I flood this whole area outside? With water? Coming from up here? Although currently, it's not actually filling. I should fill it. It's not actually full right now. It wouldn't do much even if I did open it currently. Not sure why it's disabled. Probably because I pulled the lever. Yeah, let's pull the lever. Get her filled. Actually, I have an idea as to why it's filled. Because I was trying to drain this. Or not filled. And I was trying to drain this. It wasn't working! Yeah, it's literally the rain is the reason this thing is causing me problems. Rumble. Should also move these. Water cannon, yeah, sure. That's the simple, easy way to refer to that. Are going at it? Is it like fighting or, you know, going at it? If they're fighting, you can actually call the police with like just a public safety concern, which I may or may not have done for neighbors in the past. Okay, well if it's bed creaking, then yeah, you can't call the police. Although what I would say is pick your favorite adult film and crank the volume and win. Oh, wow, this actually isn't... Oh, I see why it fell over. It's because I actually drained it semi-successfully. Hey, shit, I got a dead pike down here. I'm gonna deal with this in a second. I will be right back. I need to use the restroom. 2 seconds, chat. In college, the dorm next to you got noisy and you would just play really loud, really bad music? Yeah. Years ago, when I lived in the apartment before this one, I had neighbors that would have a lot of fun in their apartment, and I made a pretty consistent habit of just making sure that they knew that I knew that I could that they were loud. And what I would do is I would just play things that was louder than them. And honestly, it worked pretty well, generally. So this is mildly concerning. It's mildly concerning because the power is kicking on and turning off, and it is draining, actually. Oh, I also need to start working on this at some point, and I need to unsuspend these. The new ones are chilled out. Well, that's good. Basically, you got a stepladder and your stepdad's loudspeakers, and you semi-mounted them on the ceiling. Oh, boy. Usually, my strat was just to grab a broom and just jump. Smack the ceiling. Would also sometimes work. But, you know, pick your poison, right? Go with your... Go with your... with whatever strategy works best for the situation that you are in. Yeah, it was great until I put a permanent dent in the ceiling of my old apartment. So that's okay. They didn't catch it when I moved out. Most of the dwarves right now are just hauling around plants. Can't beat them, join them? I mean, you could just like walk up there and knock on the door and be like, hey, can I watch? Who knows? Maybe they're into it. There's been a couple of times when I've been like on vacations or like specifically going to Victoria, BC. It's happened twice the last time I was there, and I was there for one night. That's how you know it was a long trip. Anyway, when we got there, when we were walking into the building, the apartment building that we were staying in was one of those apartment buildings where it's like, do people live here? Or is this 100% Airbnbs? I'm pretty sure it's like 90% Airbnbs. And there was one room that was making a lot of noise. And me and my friend Kevin were walking up the hallway to get to our like Airbnb, which was literally just a hotel room. We counted at least 6 or 7 voices in there. There was a lot of different voices. I don't know if they were filming or what they were doing, but there was a lot of different people in that room. And we sat there for like a solid 10 minutes daring each other to go knock on the door. Neither of us did it. And then we came back later that night at like, I don't know, 1:30 in the morning or something. We're still going at it. Still actively making noise. Oh, I believe it. I mean, I used to get a kick out of like Craigslist rentals for like super expensive mansions where it's just like no porn was like the first the first line in the thing. It's like, you're not allowed to film shit here. Don't even ask. Always gonna be amused by that. Never gonna not amuse me. They're dedicated to their work. You know, they enjoy their jobs, right? You can't really judge them for that. But here's the thing, like, they were far enough up the hallway, like, that it's not like we could hear them while in our Airbnb or anything, so it wasn't an issue. Also, the soundproofing in that building seems to be pretty good because it's, like, combination of brick and concrete. Like, it's pretty hefty stuff, that particular building, so. So this is going to be our jeweler haul. Meaning we're going to end up with some pretty good jewelers. At least it's likely that we're going to end up with some pretty good jewelers. How are the dwarves doing up here? Bedroom's still getting claimed. Okay, let's get more beds placed. Although, since we're on the subject of people doing things in public, there was one time I went whitewater rafting with scouts years ago. We did 2 runs down the particular river that we went down. And around halfway through the route that we were doing, it's a pretty commonly trafficked route. Like, it's not a hard route or anything. Around halfway through it, we saw a group of people having an orgy on the beach. And we did the same run about 4 hours later, because it's about a 2-hour run, and it took us about, I don't know, an hour and a half to reset everything. So about a bit over 4 or 5 hours later, we came by, and they were still there, except they were all suntanning. We waved a second time, and they waved back. At least in that situation, they literally were kind of in the middle of nowhere. It's the true meaning of, like, that's one scene from Madagascar, the smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. Still unironically one of my favorite scenes just in a movie. Period. Forgot about that one. You know, I won't say that it's a great movie. Saying that Madagascar is a great movie is maybe giving that movie too much credit. I think it is a movie with some very memorable, quotable moments. I think saying it's a good movie is maybe giving it too much credit. It's more of a childhood movie. Certainly. Yeah. Another movie like that I'll just like randomly quote for no reason is Over the Hedge, which I also don't think is a great movie. But I have a soft spot in my heart for Over the Hedge because I saw it in theaters for my 12th birthday party. I think that was like the last actual birthday party I had where like other people came over. Let's Call It Steve is like the one thing that sticks in my brain from Over the Hedge. Can't remember if the rest of that movie's any good, but I just remember them finding the hedge and being like, what is it? Let's call it Steve. That and I found my nuts. It's like the two lines that are like forever ingrained into my brain. That stupid goddamn squirrel. What'd you miss so far? I found my nuts. Is what you missed so far. Nothing of value. We drowned another dwarf. Never-ending Story 2. I never saw any of those. The Never-ending Story movies. Like, not once. You know, maybe we've managed to drain this a little bit more, as long as it doesn't start raining again. Here's hoping. I was just saying a dog would say what after it's been, like, fixed? Poor Pooch. You just mostly stream Donkey? Yeah, that's fair. When people scream Donkey, my brain goes to Kitchen Nightmares first. All right, you love to see it.
You fucking donkey!
Exactly. You love to see it. Everybody fully equipped. It's great. Absolutely great. Chat, what are things that you randomly quote? Because with no context, for no reason, at random, I will just say, jacked up and good to go. And I never really was a big StarCraft player. Do Rain fill stuff? Rain can refill murky pools, like the random ponds, and it can also refill creeks. And we happen to get a really rainy season where when we hit winter, it's going to start raining pretty consistently. But maybe I'll actually have it drained enough this time. Saying dwarf in a short miniskirt? What? I want a dwarf with the short skirt and I want a dwarf with a short skirt and a long beard or whatever the heck. That's just me quoting the White Stripes, though. I want a girl with a short skirt and a long jacket. That is cake? Okay, then I'm thinking of the White Stripes version of that song then. Which I'm pretty sure they covered. I'll be honest with you, I didn't know that was the cake song. There's so many plants sitting here. What the hell's going on? Hopefully this is getting us some alcohol variety. Caravan has arrived, somehow, once again. You don't know any version but the cake one. Then you're probably correct. I used to have a CD that was nothing but covers by the White Stripes. That's probably where I got that incorrect info from. If I had to bet, and I would. Let's get rid of all of this used clothing, because there's quite a bit of it. Most of it's dwarves that died. Obviously, won't be able to get rid of all of it. Apparently, I have a fungi wood training axe. I don't know how I got that or where that came from, but let's sell it. Let's get rid of it. Let's get rid of this shit. Let's also make some bone crafts. That or just decorate stuff with bones. Let's just make bone earrings. You mistribute a lot of songs due to Napster? Yeah, no, for me it was LimeWire. Which, pretty similar. I actually completely missed Napster. Napster was gone before I was on the internet. Which is kind of funny in a weird way. Don't worry about it, Linux. Mostly training war dogs. Speaking of, I probably have more war dogs I have to train. Why is there a llama? Oh, right, that was the starving notice I just got. So initially, I wasn't expecting to get any migrants. So I was kind of surprised when I started getting them. And because we need to go to war, turns out if you don't get migrants, you're not really going to get any soldiers. So I was very worried for a bit that we were going to end up in a situation where all of the all my soldiers were going to be very limited. So what I did was I instead just did the logical thing, which was bring some dogs and let them breed. So, you know, I mean, that, and we're going to have a huge leather industry. But the original goal for it, or the idea behind it, was soldiers. Because I needed some sort of squads that had something going on that wasn't just, you know, soldiers that are going to die, probably, sooner rather than later. But your Civ and I got so many migrants. You know, I'm wondering if the death fix made it so that migrants work now on islands. Because for ages, if you were to settle on an island, you weren't going to get any migrants. Just, like, period. And I'm now wondering if that's been changed to a degree. Or if, like, they accidentally changed it. Because you're not supposed to get migrants if it's inaccessible from the mainland. But now I just get all these dwarves whipped into existence with no family. So I kind of start to believe pretty quickly that the result is actually that the game's just making dwarves appear now. We died sandwiched between a forest titan and breathed fire on hundreds of angry cave swallow people. Oh boy. We've visited with the outpost liaison. Just gonna request anvils. They want tanned hides, shields, and bucklers. Well, it's easy enough. Dog bone earring. We'll bring 2 of those. Traders from nowhere is neat too. Yeah, in version 47, if you were to settle on an island, you would get 2 migrant waves. That's it. And you would get the guaranteed first round of traders. Meditate on children. Just don't squish them. I think I'm actually going to remove Telenartho from the military. So I kind of just want this dwarf to be my broker. Nameless is a novice hammer dwarf. I think I will throw Kaijin in there. And we're going to war train all these and geld all of these. Also, hi, Telenartho. Hope you're doing well. You didn't think about sort order? Yeah, if you're using that DF hack tool, you have to use the sort order. Otherwise, you are gonna have not great dwarves most of the time. Ah, I asked them to bring me bars, so they're trading for bars. Mostly steel, I think. Let's just trade for all of the bronze. Let's grab steel and steel. Iron. And that'll be fine. That'll be fine for right now. I don't need to trade too much. I don't need too many more migrants, although we are going to get a ton regardless. This satisfied yet? Yes, it is. Good, good, good. Monkeys are stealing random shit. Left and right. Guess that's just kind of funny in its own way. The dwarves are praying in no selected deity temple instead of dedicated temples. They'll do that. They will go to whatever temple is closest. So you kind of either need to prioritize or use all of, or literally just make them for all of them. And the ones that demand temples will be happy when they have their temples made for them, but you don't need to actually make them for them, if that makes any sense. They'll be happy that you did it, but like they don't actually get any material benefit from it. I need to get above this. Not sure how I'm going to do that exactly. You know, yeah, we'll just make this into the library. There's just wild boar blood down there. How full is this? It's almost shallow enough that we could almost, I do mean almost, go down in there and do stuff, but I guess what I really need to do is this. Just get this water going. You stuck somewhere. Oh, you're fishing. I mean, if you insist on fishing, I'll make you a fishing zone here. Gonna be a lovely view from the fishing zone. What is this? Oh! Oh! I was trying to figure out where this dwarf died. Never did find its body. Well, I guess that answers that. Let's just dig this out. That answers that question. Fishing zone is just corpses. It's fine. No, you have to actually, if they demand you build a temple, you have to do it. If you don't do it, everybody who worships that religion will get pissed at you. Literally every single one of your dwarves will get a massive mood debuff. And then they will just ask again. So no, you absolutely have to do it. No, what I'm saying is, if they demand you build a temple, build the temple. And if you build multiple temples that are dedicated, they will go to whatever temple is closest that they can worship in. So if they worship a deity, like any deity, they will go to the temple that is closest. So if it's a dedicated one, they'll go to the dedicated one. If it's any deity, they will go to the any deity one. So if you want to make a dedicated temple for literally every god, do that. Otherwise, they will simply go to the highest priority. I'm just going to nerf the population for right now because this is strange. Or I don't want to just have a billion dwarves in this particular fort. Doesn't make sense to me. So we now have a strict population cap and a population cap. At 80 now. Let's get rid of this body. Why'd you get suspended? What? Because this wood's getting hauled. Nope. Why'd you get suspended? Weird. I put my temples in one spot. It depends. Like, asking me, like, this is one of those questions, Nasty, where I do things differently in every fort. Can you put all your temples in one spot? Yeah. Do I do that every fort? No. So if that's what you're asking, like, it's literally different in every fort, dude. What's up, Ezekiel? I have a question. Did you change your username? Or am I crazy? Or do you just, like, not speak very often? Oh, you were Lake Bear. Okay. Sorted. I've added you a nickname. I will now remember. But what's up? It's good to see you. Just for whatever it's worth. Like, when you change your name on Twitch, it's kind of like resetting my knowledge of who you are. In a way. I should really just sell puppies, shouldn't I? That should be what I should do. It's like resetting my knowledge of your existence to a degree. What's up, Ash?
Food, right, food is hand.
I love how there's just water appearing down here. Probably just pause the... Stop doing that for right now. Yeah, I don't know why these are getting suspended. I'm gonna dump these logs, just get them out of here. If you say those two words again in my chat, I will simply remove all of the dogs from the entire fort and geld the remaining ones because I don't want to be associated with a puppy mill, even in jokes, because I think those places are terrible. Convinced yourself to get out of bed? I mean, getting out of bed can be useful if you've got stuff to get done. Oh, yeah. Just go to your own channel, Nasty Ninja. Type something into your own chat and click on your username and you'll see. So that only one type of tree grows. Not really, no. Ponce, what's up? Thanks for the raid. How was your stream today? We should get together and do whiskey again at some point. If you guys don't know who Ponce is, go give Ponce a follow. I think he's been playing Tekken. At least that's what he was playing this morning. Go watch Ponce play Tekken. That's all I have to say. Mix of Tekken and Graven? What's Graven? I know what Tekken is. I don't know what a Graven is. The last Tekken game I played was Pokken. It's been a long time. Got a request for a Crafts Dwarfs Guild. All right. Did the shout out work? It worked, yes. At least I see it. So how's things been, Ponce? Stream's been going okay? It's like an adventure FPS, puzzle FPS pretending to be a boomer shooter. Huh. So like an adventure puzzle FPS with like incredibly picky precision? I don't know if I like that. Like, I enjoy puzzle FPSs, but I don't like FPSs that require high levels of precision. Dwarves, you guys are scaring the shit out of me. Meanwhile, like, Nameless is just fishing. Okay. If that's what you insist on doing, dwarves, live your life, I suppose. Need a fishery. I'm actually fishing for once. Like a Skyrim, like, FPS-based magic game. Huh. More so aesthetic. Gotcha. Okay. Let's see if Nameless gets a dwarf on a hook. I mean, they're trying. This is, once again, yet another attempt for me to try and drain this. Get the rest of this stuff out of here. Mostly the bodies. Like this one. Still sitting somewhere that they can't actually get to it. And this lovely dwarf just gets to sit here staring at all these bodies. It's like our canary in the coal mine. If this dwarf goes insane, we know we have problems. They're not wanting to die in the river. They're just taking the shortest way out of the fort. And honestly, this fort sucks, so I don't blame them. But this is actually the shortest way out of the fort. And they technically can climb out of it, and they already have, from what I can tell. So this dwarf, on the other hand, I think is just trying to learn how to swim. Like I said earlier, I need to make swimming pools for these dwarves. So let's start loosely working on a swimming pool, shall we? But in order to do this, I do need to wait for this water to come back. Found out the new pot noodle packs are disgusting. I could have told you that. And I don't even need to eat the new pot noodle packs to tell you that. I could have just told you that. I don't even need to do a taste test. In fact, all I'd need to do is, like, look at the amount of sodium. And my argument would be made. All right, so now I need a Crafts Dwarfs guild. So let's build ourselves a Crafts Dwarfs guild. It helps them not drown if they happen to fall into a pool. Or into a pond is what it helps them with. I have no idea if it helps them with stamina. Go at the front behind glass? No, the floodgate artifact is gonna have the highest kill count in the fortress eventually. Once we start getting attacked, which will probably be soon. We're at that population count. Although, honestly, I gotta turn this stuff on pretty soon. You know, actually, what I should do is this. Let's just dig through this. And let's build... a drawbridge right here. Let's get rid of this. Let's build a... I could just use floodgates. Let's just use a drawbridge, because then it's just one thing to build. Yeah, we're gonna do it this way. I could redirect it if I want to. This is going to be extended out by 1, and then I'm going to put a drawbridge here. And I'm just going to put 2 levers into this, 1 here and 1 here. Does appear to be draining. You have the curry ones? I feel like that's not a good sign. If, like, the chicken one ain't good. Careful. If you say it's too nice, we might end up with less than that. And that wouldn't be nice. There's that. I, prefer, like, homemade noodles or, like, fresh noodles. The problem with, like, cheap food for me is in almost all circumstances, I can get better food for less money. It just takes a little bit more time to prepare. It's the only real negative. Which isn't really a negative to me anyway. So the water is flowing the direction I need it to be flowing now. Frozen veggies and ramen. Well, the thing is, like, cup noodles, right? You can buy those noodles. You don't have to buy cup noodles. And you can buy those, like, at least here, you can buy those noodles in larger quantities for less money than the pre-made, like, dried ramen packs. Like, you can buy the exact same, like, awful squares of shitty noodles like this. So it's like, I could buy, like, a 50-cent quick bag thing of noodles, or for, like, $1, I could get, like, 8 times the noodles. And you buy those, and then some, like, either frozen veggies or fresh veggies, and then you chop them and freeze them, and just do that. And it's like, the only difference is you kind of want to defrost the veggies first, otherwise it takes a little bit longer to make your noodles. So you just take a little pot, you put the frozen veggies into the pot, you thaw them, and then you put the noodles in the thing, and then done. White bread and mayonnaise? Yeah, I don't know. There's tons of cheap, like, quick food options out there that are so much better than that shit. And I say that as somebody who lived off of that stuff. Like, for me, when I was broke, the food that got me by was black beans, dried, red beans, dried, broccoli, rice. The effects were terrible, but, you know. I mean, my general route when I was doing the noodles thing, Silver Falcon, was crack an egg in it. And then just some salt. Didn't use broth or anything. All right, so I need a bars, blocks, quantum stockpile. Something I am doing with this fort is I'm being very efficient with space in comparison to a lot of my forts. Toasted sesame oil is expensive, but God, you only need like a droplet of it to like make anything taste good. Frozen veggies plus broth, rice broth thrown into a cooker is a great struggle meal. Yeah, I've never actually owned a rice cooker in my entire life, but I would do the exact same thing with just a pot. Pasta with cheese and spinach. Cheese gets pricey, but yeah. Oh, also, speaking of cheese, chat, I would like to complain about politics for a moment right now. Because a horrible thing has happened. Casual Elephant, how was your subathon? I wanted to like raid into your subathon at some point, but by the time I started streaming, you were pretty much done. Chat, I've got a horrible thing I need to talk about. So a number of years ago, Great Britain got the great idea that it would be awesome to leave the UK. Not the UK. The UK got this great idea that it would be awesome and a fantastic idea to leave Europe. Okay? Well, when that happened, Canada was like, yo, so, Great Britain, you guys are, gonna keep giving us food, right? We'll keep selling you stuff? And they were like, yeah. So then all of those deals ran out, and negotiations started. Well, there's a stopgap. Canada threw this idea at Great Britain. They were like, hey, you keep importing cheese, right? And we'll sell you beef with no tariffs. And their response was, no. Which is fair. But at the same time, this means I no longer get imported British cheese, and I'm pissed because our cheese sucks. And American cheese fucking sucks. And like cheese from like Swiss is way too expensive. But I used to be able to buy tariff-free imported fancy British cheese. And now I can't. So you know what I did over the weekend? I spent $80 on cheese. I literally like traveled around from storefront to storefront buying fancy cheese. And the reason I did this was because I realized that the place that I go grocery shopping at discounted all of the imported British cheese to just like get rid of the last of the supply. So I was buying like hold on. Let me just grab the one that I bought way too many. I have like 2 years supply of this shit. Because they were discounted to $2.50 a pop. These are normally like $14 in the grocery store. $2.50. I'm going to do it again this weekend if there's still supply. So what I'm saying is I panic bought all the cheese. So like, please start importing it. That's it. That's all. What's funny is like, can you freeze cheese? I was gonna figure out what the expiry dates on that shit is. I don't actually buy cheese that often. Freeze them? I guess I'll freeze them then. I don't actually buy cheese that often because at home I'm generally like what I would describe as a weekday vegan. Basically, I don't really buy cheese because I don't cook with it at home. But I will buy it occasionally as a treat for myself. It's like I will buy like some fancy cheese and just like, I don't know, make a little charcuterie board or something You know, like that is something I will occasionally do for myself as like a gift to me if I had a good week or something. It's like, you know, buying yourself a nice a bottle of wine or something. Cheese is like that's what I use cheese for. And it's like now I'm just in this situation where it's like, well, now I literally can't. Grumble. Will alter the texture depending on the type. Is there any types of cheese that you shouldn't freeze? Like, as in it'll ruin it. Or, like, ruin the texture even if it's still edible. I like cheese. I wouldn't consider myself a cheesehead. I'm literally growing mustard in my closet, so that's my thoughts on mustard. I like mustard. I don't like shitty mustard. Most mustard is shitty, though. I like good mustard. This is going to be metal, bars, and fuel. This is going to load all this. Nope, nope, nope. And you're going to load from here. Just need to put a minecart on this. You're going the wrong direction because I'm dumb. Now you're going the right direction. And then I need to go to here, and I need to remove all the metal bars. Those and those. Soft cheeses don't freeze so well? Gotcha. It's all crumbly after it's thawed? That's not so bad. Crumbly isn't bad. As in, like, mustard plants, yes. I am growing mustard leaf in my closet. It's really funny whenever my closet comes up because there's always somebody who has no idea about the very advanced gardening operation I have going on in my closet. No, I'm not growing weed. Don't ask me why I'm not growing weed. Okay, well, fortunately, I haven't bought anything that's soft. Most of the stuff that I've bought is more like a crumbly texture anyway, so. If I buy brie, the amount of brie I purchased is gone by the end of the day, regardless of how many people are in my apartment, and it's usually just me. So, yeah, brie doesn't need to worry about needing to be frozen because it disappears so quickly. Also, this is the first time in my entire life I've seen somebody self-identify as a cheesehead. And it just sounds like an insult, no matter how I'm, like, phrasing it in my brain. It's like, I realize it's like cheese enthusiast, right? But, like, it just sounds like an insult. Anyway, so yeah, if you live in Canada, go buy your British import cheese, like, stat. That's all. I guess it's kind of a mix of me bitching about politics and also, like, a public service announcement, I suppose. And also hope that, like, our stupid negotiators, like, figure out how to convince them to import cheese here again. Because turns out they don't want our beef because our beef use some certain hormones which are not allowed, apparently. Which really makes me wonder, are they importing beef from the US? Because if they are, I would like to argue double standards. Fractal wants you to post beers, chat. I'm growing mustard for the leaves, not for the seeds. I don't keep plants alive long enough in my closet to there's issues with this sentence that I'm saying right now. I don't keep plants alive long enough in my closets to let them go to seed due to wanting to avoid predators and pests. I don't really want like a, you know, surprise insect invasion in my closet. That seems bad. You know what's funny? I was literally reading about like a cheese smuggling empire out of Spain kind of recently. Like smuggling cheese into countries that they weren't trading with, and also certain types of cheese that are illegal. It was like into India primarily. Anyway, I was pretty stoned when I was reading the article, but it was interesting. But yeah, cheese smuggling is like big industry, man. I'm just saying that the cheese mafia is going to put the Swedish house mafia to shame.
Cheese for everyone.
Naturally. At a price. Of course. I feel like this conversation can only naturally lead to me streaming a certain cheese-related video game. Maybe. I believe the counterfeit olive oil, too. It's like, I don't ever buy legal cheese because I need the rush, man. Craft stores. CBSA in Edmonton International Airport, and the amount of cheese that she confiscated regularly was absurd. Yeah. No, my favorite like illegal food product story is always just Kinder Surprise eggs, because in the U.S. They might be legal now. They weren't allowed for a very long time because it was illegal to put a toy inside of a food product because it was considered a choking hazard. If anybody manages to choke on a like Kinder Surprise egg, they're doing it intentionally and they can't be trusted. But that aside, it was considered a choking hazard, so like they would confiscate them at airports. And there was a story of like a lawyer whose kid loved Kinder Surprise eggs, so he would always try and smuggle them back into Canada, or back when he would go to Canada. And he got caught at the border once, and they made him eat 50 Kinder Surprise eggs because he said, "Can you let me keep the toys?" So they made him sit there at the airport and eat 50 Kinder Surprise eggs. $50 of them, yeah. I feel like that was just like a like airport security guard just on a power trip in the best kind of way. It's like woke up and chose evil that day. So Dulmat, the farmer, entered a strange. Eat. That's how the article went back in the day, was that they made him eat them. Also, I'm missing anybody. No, not currently. Oh, definitely it's got nothing to do with Kinder being a huge rival to Hershey's. Definitely got nothing to do with that. There's another dead dog in the hallway. God damn it. Just puppy bones everywhere. Lord almighty. How's the drain doing? Oh my god, we're actually... There's something about seeing this dwarf and then just a bunch of dogs behind him that's very funny. Hey, chat, guess what? The river is shallow enough that we are about to haul a body out. Hallelujah. But nobody's storing item in tomb. Oh, let's follow this. Hope they come get it. Is there a baby or child dwarf? I don't think there's a single child in this fort. Nope. There is not a single child in this fort. Waterworks works? Yeah, it's because it hasn't rained in a while. And also this is helping, which is just speeding the water up. Another dwarf has claimed a crafts dwarf shop. And I need to make minecart. I agree with you. It's actually kind of funny, Donnie, if you are in Canada and you look at the ingredients of a Hershey's bar and you eat it and you go, okay, it tastes like a Hershey's bar. Then you go to the US and you read the ingredients of the Hershey's bar and you're like, why is there almost twice the sugar? And you eat it and you're like, wow, it's a lot sweeter. So no, I understand. I'm trying to figure out the punchline of this joke before you say it, casual, and I can't. Full of corpses? Gosh, I hope not. Not a single child. Oh, there you go. Makes sense. Like the parent forcing their kid to smoke a whole pack of cigarettes when they catch them smoking. Oh, God. Oof. Just before the Berlin Wall fell, buying Western cheese was illegal, so a lot was smuggled due to the my mom's mom, my Oma actually jumped the wall and ran for it and made it. Rest in peace, crazy lady. But yeah, I believe it. There's probably a good number of countries in the world right now that you could make a lot of money smuggling cheese into. Once you ate something called sweetbread in Sierra Nevada, that's called pancreas, I think. But I don't know exactly what it is. Pretty sure it's brains. Times prices on brie when I have brie in Portugal. Oh, I see what we're talking about. I thought you were talking about real life for a second there, Stone. I've also heard about banana smuggling. That is also something I've heard about. There we go. The pile grow. The kind of shame of this fort, though, is my hauling would be significantly more efficient if we just had more kids. But because we don't, it's actually very inefficient right now. Also, is a dwarf getting put into a tomb? Hey, we finally got that dwarf buried. Holy shit. I might just, like, dump everything that's down in here. Although, no, it's raining. Okay, hold on. It is raining. Let's see, is this gonna fill? It kind of looks like it's filling. Whoops. Dumat, the has created an artifact called Athser Karas, a shale scepter, and offers it to the Avalanche of Surprise. Well, that's great. I need one of those. And by that, I mean an artifact. This is a shale scepter. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with octagon-cut sards and studded with copper and encircled with bands of rectangular shale cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of shard. I'm going to put it into this thing over here. And why is there a wild boar in my goddamn craft hall? Do I know Banana Republic? Do you mean the term Banana Republic or the brand? Because I know it's a brand. It's also a term for a small island in the middle of nowhere that mostly exports bananas. Artifact Museum. I mean, it's the Craftsdwarf's Guild, which is now satisfied. Okay, well. Seems like most of my hunting dogs are, like, kind of injured. Maybe I should deal with those. At some point. So, staring at this, it does appear to be filling. Is what appears to be happening. So what I think I'm going to do kind of just want to dig through this, but I think the smarter thing to do would be to power this. I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to power this. They still look like normal cake. It's probably unrelated. It's probably unrelated, but sweetbread is a term for, like, served pancreas, so. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. Get these pumping. Jump over to here. Stop these pumping. As soon as the power for this kicks in, small restaurant near Lake Mono. Yeah, I mean, who knows? I am not sure. Hopefully, I'm not like ruining your afternoon, because like discovering you ate something you didn't want to eat is kind of not a fun thing to do or have to deal with. I'm going to build a little wall right here. Deconstruct this door. We're just going to put a water wheel or two here. I mean, this only needs 40 power, which is like one water wheel. I just kind of don't want it to be on the same power grid because, frankly, that's a lot of power in the long run. I don't really think that part through, so let's just... Ah, boy. I really hope you're not doing what I think you're doing, dwarves. You are doing what I think you're doing. So let's get these. You're not even drowning. Fascinating. Oh, there you go. You climbed out. So that's one. How about you? Now you're drowning. This is bioactive. Master Spike, thanks for the 13th month. You are underneath flooring. Let's tell somebody to come here and pump this. See if this can save you. There you go. This is a rescue attempt. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, for the love of all things Dwarfy, do not path on this side. Path on this side, please. I guess that's the default. Path on this side, please. And then what I'm going to ask them to do is I'm going to ask them to go over here and channel down through this. Nobody's dead yet. If fishing is set to nobody does this, then they shouldn't decide to fish. So I don't know. Are you asking why they're arriving as fisher dwarves? Because that's not them deciding to fish. If they're arriving as fisher dwarves, that is the skill that they had when they got there. Which is unrelated to them deciding to fish. There we go. They both climbed out. Then you can stop. Done. Lost a lot of random crap, but sorted and nobody drowned. Huzzah! Oh boy. Everyone was fishing and filling barrels? I have no idea then. Are you running Dwarf Therapist or something? I mean, just to confirm, delete that fishing job that you have that's a like extra task. Set this to nobody does this and uncheck everybody. I mean, I'm just running under the assumption right now that you are not using DF hack or anything. I don't know. There isn't anything that should make them fish. Like, they just shouldn't be. So I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. But delete the custom labor, because custom labors can often cause weird oddities to happen. Guess I'll just connect it to this. That's fine. But yeah, no, that is very, very odd. The other thing I gotta ask is, are you sure they're actually fishing? I'm assuming that like they just straight up have the fishing labor, but like, you sure like there isn't something else weird going on? There's also the classic dumb question of like, try turning it off and on again. Like, try enabling, disabling, and re-enabling it a couple times. I've seen that fix weird pathing problems before. But outside of that, like, yeah, I'm at a loss. I don't know. In an ad break in 52 seconds. You're 38 tickets away. So what's your plan for when you hit it, Stone? Just only invest the numbers above it so you stay there? All by the stream and getting muscles. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, I would have to say there's probably some error going on because like And by error, I mean like user error going on. Because like that would be very strange if your dwarves were just fishing and not allowed to fish. Like that kind of goes against everything of like all of my knowledge of how this game works. You probably just live in a region that doesn't purchase ads on Twitch. Although we are in an ad break now. But yeah, if you don't ever see ads when I'm talking about ad breaks, it's very likely you just live in a region that doesn't buy ads. I know for years Australia had no ads on Twitch, just as an example. It's possible that you have a custom job that allows it and a custom job that doesn't. There's a very good reason, Sage, why I don't use any custom labors. And I feel like because the few times I've tried, I've ended up in situations like this where it's like stuff's getting done that I feel like shouldn't be getting done. Depends on who you ask, Groot. Depends on who you ask. Do they fish if they are starving? They will search for small animal if they're starving, but that doesn't mean that's not fishing. You only ever made one for animal training, and so I could have a few dwarves choose from the. Never made one for animal training, and that's only because they could choose a few dwarves for the animal training. So, oh, fair enough. If we're talking about custom labors, yeah. Yeah, I mean, for me, because I can't see what the default labors are, I don't do any custom labors. If I could see what the, like, default labors did, then I would have custom labors. And then if I want specific dwarves doing things, I just go into this screen and assign specific dwarves, you know? Like, I might make Takokari my designated smith, as an example, but I much prefer that system, just the workers system, because it makes way more sense that way for me. I just find it to be a very much preferable system. You try to set legendary immigrants to specific jobs? You see, I don't want legendary dwarves on specific jobs. I want legendary dwarves in guild halls teaching other dwarves those jobs. And then the legendary dwarf is learning teaching, which is a positive for them. And also, everybody else learns those legendary jobs, which is better for literally everybody in the fort. So I don't actually want them being super busy, because you want your legendary dwarf to teach, right? I think that in older versions of the game, and by older versions, I mean like kind of a lot older versions of the game, it was really beneficial to min-max legendary dwarves into specific tasks. But in the current era of the game, the frame rate is so much better that the benefits of job speed aren't even noticeable anymore. Like in versions of the game where the game ran at, let's just say, 10 frames a second, it was very, very beneficial to make sure that all of your legendary dwarves were permanently, working on those tasks. Because what are we hauling right now? Oh, they're all constructing building, right? Because they're all working on this. It was definitely beneficial to make sure that all of your dwarves were working on those tasks, or your legendary dwarves were, because legendary dwarves were significantly more efficient and faster speed-wise. But now that the frame rate's like a non-thing, it's like it's out. I've heard back from my neighbor now what kind of tomatoes he wants me to start for him. 2 sweet millions plants and 2 beefsteak plants. Make your hospital to be a doctor's guild. I actually had weird problems with jobs being canceled. Not if I made the hospital itself into the doctor's guild, but if I had the hospital zone cross over a doctor's guild zone. Caused some weird issues. Let's use jet blocks for the walls of this. This is going to be my library over here. Speaking of, I should also probably make a hospital at some point. Make the joke. We've all thought it already. Nice. What is your chance against a dwarf? I have no idea what that means. It's like a complicated mechanism. Trying to be able to control the flow of a river, but it rains way too much on this map, so it's not efficient in the slightest. But that's all it is. It's me trying to control the flow of the river, basically. I want to be able to stop and start rivers. So these water wheels power these guys. Issue is, because it's, like I said, rains here so much, like this whole thing is kind of redundant. But if I start draining the river very early in the year, I can generally get it shallow enough that I can get stuff out of it by like early mid season. All right, so another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to build a fishing zone. This is a terrible fishing zone, so I'm going to actually build a fishing zone here. With a stairway going probably more or less directly up to here. That, or I could build a little minecart road. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to build a little minecart road. Minecart's fun. Go here. Is this a joke? Yes. I don't know why I'm letting them fish, to be honest with you. The direction we should be going. I still hold the same feelings about fishing, though, I'll tell you that. You've spent a long time learning the small intricacies of water in DF. And how's that worked out? Made anything particularly noteworthy? Or cool? Or things that you find memorable? I'm just going to slowly start filling this whole area in because I don't need any of it. It's not over yet, Arende. It is not over yet. Chat just desperately needed a new fort. As I could tell, chat was getting very quiet. But Creature Keepers still has more legs. That's terrifying, Groot. Brook lampreys are terrifying looking. Speaking of terrifying. Okay, so can this thing be entirely engraved? Yes, it can. The reason I use constructed so often is because engraved have a hard time connecting to constructed minecart routes and vice versa. So if you go over dirt, I kind of just have to engrave them. Get rid of this. Just keep going up this way. I love that monkeys are like the #1 thief threat in this particular fortress. It's not visitors, it's monkeys. Guess it is kind of fitting in a way. Oops. Let's go down here. Another strip of dolomite floor. This is going to be my library. Neighbor's still texting me. Do me a huge favor. Don't post that emote in my chat again. I have a thing against KEKW. Please keep it out of my chat. It's all good. There's just a reason why it's not permitted in Better Twitch TV. I'm going to stop texting now. All right. Let's go with blocks. Now the question is, what materials should I make my bookcases out of? Am I making blocks currently? Currently are making rock blocks. We're also making cabinets. Everybody's thinking it, so I guess we gotta say it. Shadow. Let's do 8 of those. I'll get another masonry shop up here. Enjoy your lurks, bear on the bus. I mean, now I do. Yeah, I'm thinking about maybe making copper bookcases. Because I do have a large amount of copper. So, like, copper bookcase. Let's do 12 of them, maybe? And, let's also do some copper tables and copper thrones. I'm thinking we'll make a nicer dining hall in the library. True, wood would be the classic. Let's also make wooden chairs. Copper tables, wooden chairs. 15 and 15. And let's make them out of apple wood. You know, actually, yeah, I think I'm with you. I think I'm going to make the bookcases out of wood. Wooden bookcase. 12. Do you like the color of pecan? Let's go with pecan wood. So we'll get a little bit of higher value out of the tables. The thrones will be made of wood. And then the remaining, you know, be what we end up with. Just gotta wait for some more bars. So have a single vertical water passage that feeds all things that need water, like wheels or traps. Yeah, I mean, I've sort of got this. This could absolutely do that, but the irony of this fort right now, I don't have a well. It's like I've got all these water shenanigans going on, don't have a well anywhere in the fort, which I think is kind of funny, personally. Oh well, yeah, exactly. All right, so let's go here. Let's bring you out to here. And let's channel here to here. Yeah, we'll do that. And I will place bars on a floodgate, I guess. Make one rock floodgate, because that's all I need. And we'll make you out of chalk, why not? I will never complain about your puns, Stone. Although, it's stone over here. I may actually just start channeling this whole area out. Specifically from this layer. I'll just kind of pit mine this whole thing. Just to get all of the ore plus the other stuff. Seems like an easy way to increase my boulder supply. With different types of rocks. And also now is our opportunity to throw in another stoneworker shop. Which is going to be shale, like the rest of them. I mean, at the rate that the government has been treating us, pretty soon we're not going to be making you unwell. We're going to be making you into Orwell. But then we'd have to paddle out of that situation. Let's do wooden buckets, I suppose. Out of buckets. Stone means well. Whoo boy, that one hurt. Felt that one in my bones. What's left of them anyway. Oh, did I just do that at the highest priority? Take a while for them to build that. That's okay, though. Just lower the priority down to 1. They'll dig out a bunch of stuff, probably. Getting attacked by another monkey. That's terrifying. Bastet. Okay, so now that I've done that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a fish stockpile. Now the fish stockpile is going to go here. It's going to be for unprepared fish. Boom, that's it. Just unprepared fish. They're then going to be loaded into a minecart. fish route. The minecart's going to start right here, and then it's going to be pushed up to here. And this is going to be a separate little stockpile right here. This stockpile is not going to take any unprepared fish. Just none. However, it is going to take prepared fish. So what this is going to do is it's going to allow me to make a tiny little stockpile up here of unprepared fish. Then they're going to transport from down here, where they catch it, because this is going to be the fishing zone, to then up to here. Sorry, I was making a pun. Can I not make a pun? Gosh. And then here, I'm going to do the same thing, with no dumping. Finally done with work. Hell yeah! Plans for the rest of the day, if anything. And I will make another wooden minecart. Just one. Although I'm making wooden buckets and other things first. I made a minecart subway. Dwarves don't use minecarts as a form of pathing, so it's a bit redundant. Or really difficult to do. So if you're asking if I've used minecarts as a form of transportation, no. In fact, I go out of my way to not do that. So that's that and that. We're going to glide this way, glide this way, glide this way. Gonna add one. 25% full. Do 0 days. 5 days. Too many clicks. 6 days. 10 days. When at most. When at least. They're just going to do that. Then the other one. It's going to be very simple. Chunk, chunk. Glide that way immediately. When empty of desired items. There we go. Items are going to be unprepared fish. And you are going to load here. And let's see if they've made that floodgate just yet. There it is. Chalk floodgate. Now I wait for that floodgate. Also put some jet blocks down. We'll put a little lever right here to open and close the floodgate. Okay, now that that's done, I can just dig through that. But I need to do this on higher priority. Which part, bit of boy? Or rather, which one? There's a lot. It's maybe the better question. This will be our fishing zone. Going for a quick walk while the sun's still up. Be back later. All right, enjoy the walk. Enjoy the walk. I mean, I don't understand the god association with how blind rolls, but okay. I guess it just kind of went over my head. But yeah, people used to use minecarts as like a mode of transportation pretty frequently. It's really not effective. It's a task that dwarves will carry out, right? So dwarves will sometimes decide, I need a job to do. Okay, well the job is fill this minecart or push this minecart. The job isn't, I need to get here. This minecart is a quicker way, right? The puns are getting to you. Ah, well you can slow down the speed of the puns. You know what? Actually, let's do it this way. I just want to get this sealed off. So that deities are not summoned. I mean, I would. So now if we get attacked by things that are dangerous, I can lock this floodgate. As if that's like the main issue we would have, because they could also just, you know, walk in right here. But what I should actually do is I should wall this off so that it's harder for things to get in. Put a ceiling on top of it as well. I love it when people ask questions like this. What's the situation in politics in Canada? How the fuck am I supposed to answer that? Nipple, it's good to see you. How's things? Also, I was pulled out of the YouTube chat. But hi, things, Nipple. How you been? What's up? Fresh fort vibes going on here. Complicated, like any society. Yeah, obviously. Taking months to review visa applications as a situation. That's not new, but yeah. Trust me, that is not new. It used to be really easy to get a visa, like a work visa in Canada, or like apply for citizenship. Like that used to be really easy. And then this strange orange man got elected as president of America, and like a quarter of the American population was like, huh! And ever since then, it's been really hard. Which I think is really funny. No cheese. Yeah, that is the current situation with politics in Canada. Is well, not no cheese. British cheese is no longer gettable. So if you want fancy British cheese, you have to go through hell and high water and like panic buy all the cheese like I definitely didn't do this weekend. Don't accuse me of things. Fur zones. Only in designated zones. There we go. All right. Well... let's see if you can catch fish in here. So on Reddit, someone had the idea of having a winter party 2 weeks where everyone in the fort was designated to a burrow. I thought we were still talking about politics for a second there. Where everyone is designated to a huge burrow with a tavern with tons of food. Yeah, that's like old school Dwarf Fort strats. Old school Dwarf Fort strats. So long and thanks for all the fish. Yeah, so sucks it had to come to this. Yeah, pretty much. Stone aka Seashore's Wall, the gem setter has been possessed. Assuming it's going to be another perfect gem. Drowsy and thirsty. Well. Apparently we're out of empty barrels. make 100 barrels. Gem setter seems likely. Probably, yeah. You live within the instant death event of a nuclear blast. Until then, you try and keep your dogs happy. Yeah, I mean, I was talking earlier that I would rather, like, if given the option, I would totally take the an alien death ray. If given the option between alien death laser and like dying in a world war, I would take the alien death laser. It's like, I don't know, it seems like a better way to go. Trying to figure out how I can, like, easily have a little walkway going up here. It's a cool way to die. Yeah, I'll take a cool way to die. Does that mean repossessed? Dwarves can't get possessed twice. So it's literally impossible for a dwarf to get possessed twice. Also, this is one of the most pissed off dwarves in the fort. Need decent meals. Want to practice some martial art. Want to be around friends or family. Actually gathering items. So it's going to be something aside from just a perfect gem. You've gathered 2 gems, in fact. Rough pipe opals and rough sards. Sounds better than the alternative. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I would take alien death laser if given the option. Come on, gem table. Ooh. True, yeah, gem table would be fun. Oh, what did you just grab? Pipe opals, more pipe opals. And before you make like a gem part of like a screw pump or something. That could be interesting. All right, well, you're muttering. 3 different gems. 3 little gems are sitting in a tree. Kissing. Okay, that, in this. You know, I'm gonna make the Dye of Gems kind of the prioritized guild in this fort. I think is what we're gonna end up doing. Can also go over here. Queue up more floors. Mudstone. Mudstone. Still partially under construction, but there we go. Got enough mudstone. Perfect. Gem coffin claimed as a family heirloom. If it was a gem coffin, I would give it to the person who claimed it. A row of offices along the back here. And then up here, we can put some bookcases in. See you later, group. Little reading nooks next to the windows. Damn right. Reading or doodling. Or writing. I don't actually think I have any books in the fortress currently. So there is that. Little wrinkle about this neat spot, but here's hoping I can make a nice little library that people will appreciate. The Granite Home. I don't know if that's a good name. Let's go with... no, that's first compound. The adjective. Let's go... The Knowing Home. There we go. And I have a dwarf said, add to library. Congratulations, terminal wetness. You are now a scholar, no longer a tavern keeper. Although hopefully you had good times training as tavern keeper. Why do burrows I have only children assigned to them stop other people from doing jobs? Like, dude was stuck in a strange mood, but the second I turned off the burrow, he ran and grabbed it. Do you have this setting enabled? And I'm assuming that the dwarf isn't assigned to that burrow, right? Try fiddling with this setting. See if that fixes it. And is the other dwarf in their own burrow? And also... is that setting enabled? Because if this setting is disabled and set to X, they can't leave the burrow, regardless of if it's active, to get an item. For crafting purposes. Why can't you get on Twitch, Vander? Stone aka Seashore's Wall, the gem setter has created Stinthadadem and Gigiron, a perfect pipe opal, and claims it as a family heirloom. How did you merge multiple gems into said perfect gem? I would love to know. This is a perfect pipe opal. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of square, brilliant cut pipe opals. And encircled with bands of square, brilliant cut pipe opals. This object menaces with spikes of pipe opal and sard. Shard? Shard. Well, obviously it menaces with spikes. Pretty valuable little gem you got there. Pretty valuable. Well, just because it makes no sense doesn't mean that's not the way it works. But I would try disabling that toggle is what I would try. There's lots of things in Dwarf Fortress that make no sense. And that's kind of where I will leave that discussion at. That 90-degree window is bugging you? That's okay. It's not going anywhere. You're glad you know this now? Well, there you go. Yeah, no, this toggle, I think, causes more job cancellations than literally anything. Especially if it's like a kids-only burrow. The best part of burrows is the option to control where your jewelers take their items to encrust. Yeah. I kind of want to start encrusting crafts with gems, but honestly, I'm sitting here going like, it's like work. This is where I'm going to put Stone's artifact. I mean, to be totally fair, it's a toggle I didn't take super seriously until this version. Like, I don't think it's a toggle I ever actually hit in older versions. It's It sounds kind of weird, but I was pretty good at this game before Premium came out. Since Premium's come out, I've gotten a lot better at it. And part of that is actually just the changes in the UI, but it's largely due to the fact that I've been forced to get better at this game because suddenly the audience is a lot bigger and I get asked questions I didn't play. Gonna go have a nap? Enjoy the nap. I'll try and keep your dwarf alive. It's a brand new perspective. Yeah, I mean, it makes you look at things differently, I would say. But, like, I mean, I've talked about this before. I didn't learn how minecarts worked properly until, like, a week or two before launch. Like, I knew how minecarts worked in theory, and I'd made them work a couple of times, but almost never used them in forts, just due to the absurd amount of tedium the old control scheme was to set them up. So I just kind of never bothered. Like, just because it was faster to just ignore the whole system. Yeah, and you used to have to place the tracks one tile at a time. Especially if you were using constructed tracks. You made a fan art of the dead founders? Well, rest in peace. Looking forward to seeing it colored in. Let's get rid of these teeth. I need to automate this, speaking of minecarts. We can also throw all this stuff away. Random dwarf, how's your clothing? Speaking of clothing, how's my cloth? There we go. Pigtail cloth is increasing in numbers. Terminal wetness. Feels anxious after pondering migratory patterns. That's mildly concerning, but you dream of making a great discovery, so damn it, I'm gonna try and help you make a great discovery. I'm going to add Talon Artho to this job here, and then hopefully you'll do that when you're not trading. And let's also throw in, I don't know, these are all soldiers. Yeah, we'll just go with the two of them for right now. I don't think I have any books. Yeah, no written objects in the area. Everything is wonky in this game. It's part of the fun. Honestly, minecarts are significantly less wonky than they used to be. I know that like doesn't really satisfy a lot of people's complaints about this game, but trust me, they are significantly less wonky than they used to be. So much less wonky. It's gonna make a little minecart stockpile for gems. Gems! And it's gonna go right here. And also I need to move these, go here, and remove these. Get rid of all these. It's going to load from here. Let's double check this is going in the right direction. Yes, it is. And we're just going to load all gems. Cut or uncut. Large or small. No glass or stone, though, please. They fixed So the problem with crossbow dwarves, Baron de Buzz, was that they wouldn't always load the correct ammo, right? They fixed that problem like 5 months ago. That's just a guess off the top of my head. I think it was roughly that. It was 5-ish months ago. My question is, why are people still asking? They fixed them. I mean, you've probably seen me stream them a couple of times. Do you think that they're wonky based on the streams you've seen? I don't know what everybody's like general tolerance level of game jank is. I don't think they're wonky at all, for whatever that's worth. Around the same time Shadow first joined the stream. Interesting. More migrants have arrived. We do have open dwarves if people want one, so if you would like a dwarf, you are free to ask. This can be shut down. Chat room. Do you use crossbow dwarves, and how do you feel about them? Open question. We're going to go with weapons. No trap components. And we're also going to put armor. No unusable armor. Going to remove everything except for trap components. And actually, no usable armor. But you rarely set up any real military in the first place? Fair enough. Yeah, if you're not using military, then that would kind of do her. Right, yeah, they're gonna... Oh, wait, that's an iron cap? Interesting. Should remove cloth. Tons of bolts from your bones for your crossbow dwarves. Bolts are also a pretty good trade material. But yeah, I don't know. I've had Mark's dwarves kiting backwards away from enemy threats on many an occasion. I don't think they're even remotely janky at this point. I mean, I guess I could see why people would say that they're janky, but most of the jank that people talk about is only an issue if you're using battlements and if you give them a way to jump over the battlements. Because if they run out of ammunition, if the enemy is closer than more ammo, they will fight the enemy in melee. Or try, if the dwarf is brave. But I think some people don't understand that. And so they will just try and build battlements and then go, bah, my dwarves jumped in and died, game bad. It's like, well, just put a roof on it, and they can't do that. It's that simple. Just literally give them a roof, and they can't do that. But I think a lot of people just like completely dismiss that, don't care, don't listen to the advice, and then get mad when it doesn't work. And it's like, well, that's about it. So no, I think they're great. They're in a really good spot right now. But due to people's constant complaining, Tarn has said that he's going to give the AI for them another pass, which I honestly, at this point, think is kind of a waste of dev time. But people want it, so he'll do it. The only thing they really needed was to be able to equip the right ammo the first time consistently, and they do. That worked decently. I like never use weapon traps, just like period. So I need to do like one more thing, and then I can start attacking stuff, which is this. And this. They equip the best ammo that is available to them. Craft lol. That is what they do currently. Before, they would equip the highest value ammo that was available to them, which half the time would be the wrong type of ammo because they made it possible for... because they made it possible for dwarves to use bows. Bows are not something that dwarves were able to use in vanilla up until, like, this version, basically. Why do you make farmers a custom job? It's pretty simple. Just go to standing orders. I think it's under other. Only farmers harvest. Set that. Okay. That's only farmers harvest. And hit Y. And then specify planters. Problem solved. That's it. It's a very old comment from the YouTube chat, but like, really? Why? It's like, why are you doing that? All right, so now that I've done that, I'm gonna connect another lever here. The most important levers. What's up, Merlin Buff? Rest in peace, your tickets. Yeah, if you would like a dwarf, just ask, Beef. Besides, I'm pretty sure you have a dwarf. Or did you? Didn't you have a dwarf? You want a dwarf, just ask. Like, there's no points requirements. Yeah, your dwarf died. If you want a dwarf, all you have to do is ask. There is no dwarf requirements. And I'm not going to turn that request feature on unless we get a massive influx of traffic, and then suddenly I need to manage 10 times the people. I drowned it, yes. So would you like another dwarf? Because if no, I don't need to give you one. You're a bad gambler. All right. I mean, one could argue you're a good gambler if you keep gambling. Yes, please. Well, there you go. Problem solved. Feel free to make people pour beers or to have a round of beers or something if you want to spend your channel points. I'll abort this leather worker. Merlin Buff used to be rich, speaking of gamblers. And Beef wants you to post beers. Beeforian the Second is satisfied after remembering the acceptance of the petition for a guild hall for the Helmed Guild, because you are a member of the Helmed Guild, which is the Craftsdwarfs Guild. He is sloppy with his living space, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he doesn't seek out excitement. He often feels envious of others, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he tends to hang on to grievances, and he has an active imagination, and he prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He's a friendly individual and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of raising a family, and at least he has some friends. 62 years old. Tall, very long beard, which is, of course, arranged in double braid. Exactly what Wiz said. Also, hi, Wiz. How you doing? Just open one yourself. Cheers, mate. I'm actually out of beer in the house, which is fine. How's this dwarf doing? Interested after hanging around a tastefully arranged thingamajig? Up to mid-spring. I may actually fiddle around with paper in this fort. I'm just going to sit there and cut gems. And who is my best jeweler? I mastered gem cutter, dabbling gem setter. We'll make this into Lathrika's job. We're gonna cut gems. Whenever the number of rough gems is greater than 5. Well, let's say whenever it's greater than 20. Whenever it's greater than 15, we'll cut 10. And I will actually just automate some of these. And let's get rid of this lower job. This one right here. And then I will make a second one over here. I'm going to do. Going to place another gem cutter shop, and this one's going to be connected to this stockpile so that it can get items to set gems in, basically. Because this one's got a bunch of coffins in it. Which I should probably queue up and make more of those into tombs, because this is getting a little empty. You know, you can train mega beasts. Now, when you say mega beasts, you mean like dragons and whatnot, right? Because, yes. Titans are a no-no. Mega beasts, yes. It can be quite useful. The problem is, regardless of if they're trained, they don't actually gain the non-hostile tag to, I think it's military and military animals. And so they will like randomly attack your war dogs and such, which is kind of funny, but also becomes a problem really quickly when you realize that, well, they're going to war with your animals in your fort, and then your military just instantly executes them, regardless of the situation, which is kind of suboptimal if you're trying to keep this rare animal alive. So it's not actually as beneficial as like it kind of seems on the surface initially. Oh, that was done. I thought it was still under construction. Making a dragon into a war beast sounds fun. Like I said, it's not as effective as you kind of want it to be. I mean, there are ways of making it effective, but just by default, doesn't really work as well as I think most people would hope. Oh, I see the problem here. Forgot about this other stockpile. No unprepared fish here. It's a good chunk of the problem. Then I'm actually going to do something I've almost never done. I'm going to add some fishing dwarves. And getting them training down here. Working on this. Nerds Half-Life! Thanks for the updates on YouTube. You've been busy studying? Hell yeah. Getting stuff done. It is that time of year, you know? Studying season. So I kind of want to just go over top of all of this and just fill this whole thing in, but it's kind of hard to do that. Also, there's gold right there. Should probably go get that. Let's just channel up one layer on this side. And automate these. You retired a fort the other day and saw in Legends that a dragon had supposedly stolen from and destroyed items at your fort while you were playing it, despite you never actually seeing it. So it's likely that there was a dragon in the general vicinity, just like straight up attacking trade caravans, if I had to bet. That would be my first bet, is that there was probably a dragon in the vicinity that was attacking trade caravans. So if like you didn't get traders for a bit, that would explain it. We are in an ad break at the exact moment, so. Since we are currently in an ad break, for those of you who can see the stream, chat room, if you guys want to help out the YouTube side of things, there's a very easy way you can do that. And that is you need to inform people that other people watch this stream and make number go up. So if you really want to help the YouTube stream, you can click on that link right there and maybe tab open, leave it open in a tab, give me the passive ad revenue, or alternatively click the like button, which increases YouTube's demand to send out information of the existence of the stream to make number bigger, which is good. Also, we're getting kind of weirdly close to 50,000 YouTube subs. My big goal out of the initial launch of Premium was I wanted to get 100,000. It's just kind of a vanity thing, but I really want to get a play button. It's been like a behind-the-scenes goal as long as I've been doing this. But I see that as like less and less likely the longer time goes on. You already hit it earlier, apparently. Well, thank you. Apparently, if you unlike and relike it, it counts double. Just saying. But thanks, chat. Appreciate you guys. All right, we are now back at things. Gems has been completed. Really need to start that. Let's go here. Let's get some more of this gold. Which they should be able to dig out once they get up there. Tiger eyes. Those. Let's see how much gold's here. Literally one tile. Gems up there. Up there. Gems up there. And all of this stuff. Let's get them mining out all the extra gems. Could pretty easily just knock this down. And then right here, do this, this, and this. And now it's past it. I mean, it doesn't, I don't think that the likes counter updates in real time. You have to refresh the page. What about using this fortress to make a guide about fountains and other ways to mist your dwarves? Let me tell you this. Fountains don't mist your dwarves. They drown them. So, yeah, that. But, I don't know, I suppose. I mean, this is a fountain. How you missed your dwarves. Yeah, this is how you missed your dwarves. In case you missed it, that's our misting situation right here. Two bins there. Three bins here. And let's make Copper bin. 10 of them. So if we are successfully fishing for fish, I just got to say that this is a very slow process, leading me to believe that there probably isn't much to catch. Can multi-level misting be done? Yes. You know, like, there are many questions that people ask about Dwarf Fortress where I'm surprised people answer or even ask the question. And yes, mist can fall down a handful of layers. But the problem is getting it started because pumps need to pick up the water from the layer directly beneath it. So you need to have like some sort of scaffolding beneath it. So it's like build like a strip of floor and then like a strip of floor and then have like a 3Z level drop or like multiple walkways and it'll fall down. Yeah, no, it needs to go on the FAQ bingo. FAQ bingo, there you go. Although that just kind of sounds like "fuck you, bingo." Which isn't my intention, I swear. Let's... Where should I build my farmers guild? Probably up here. That is the woodcutting job, not the task I wanted. The farmers guild. That's just what like most grandmas say when they lose the bingo. When they lose at the bingo. Yeah, that's a formed sentence. Let's make a small dining hall back here and connect it to the library. Going to go to jeweler. Just making sure the materials match. As most things are being made out of shale in here. Got a super lazy mister. Just let an aquifer drain into your stairwell. Oh, that'll do it. Yeah, no. That'll absolutely do it. Let's do this occasionally. Improvable furniture that isn't a bin. It's 10. We'll check this monthly. See what we end up with. Also, should probably mine out this gem because it's right there. Not everything needs to be made into a guide. And that's a rather unpopular stance that I have in this game. When Premium came out, the most requested thing that I got was, could you please make a video about how to make an arena where monsters fight? And I didn't do it, even though it was the most requested thing. Because you've literally... In that one question asking me to make that video, you've given yourself all of the tools that you need to create the thing yourself. And I think that for me anyway, a large part of the fun of the game is figuring stuff out. And while, yeah, I get it that not everybody feels that way, there are some things I honestly think that if you can think of the existence of it in Dwarf Fortress, you can figure out how to build it. And I'm not going to contribute to people's laziness. Like, yeah, I'll explain things like mist generators because Logically, humans aren't going to come up with that unless like it's placed in front of you. Things that are super illogical and make no sense, I'll make a video about that. But if it's a very straightforward thing that's like, if you play the game for a couple of hours or a week or two, you'll figure out the mechanics necessary to be able to big brain it together yourself, and that is the fun of the game for me. Ilana, thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream today? What's up? Hey, Blue Squid. What's up? MJK, XP, JXP, Reza, as well as Ilana, and a Night Dweller. What are you guys up to today? I didn't tune in at all. I've been not on Twitch as much as I should be, all things considered. But hello, welcome Raiders. We're messing around with gems and building a cute little fort in a hillside, completely 100% permanently besieged by armies of thousands of goblins. So soon it's going to become a bloodbath. Lovely. Oh God, I'm so sorry. I hope that you survived. Hopefully it wasn't too painful, Alana. Hopefully. But to those of you who don't know who Alana Rama is, she plays a various variety of the video games, mostly RimWorld. And is a member of my stream team, so you should go check out her streams, because she's entertaining and fun. And occasionally we'll stream a Dwarf Fort from time to time. Just need to convince her. That's the reason for all the water? Yeah! Definitely. It helps a lot. If chat has control of my video game, it doesn't matter how much or little control, it just makes me mad. Not gonna lie. Like, it takes like minutes before I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore. I quit. Maybe I'm just a big baby. It's definitely possible. Not doing anything when she's got drafted. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. I can't stand any like type of direct chat control over my games. Yeah, hardy, very funny. Redbug. So you get kicked out of interacting? Must streamer do this, streamer do that? Yeah-huh. We'll see how that works out. Def. For real. You know, regardless of if this is a popular take or not, I maintain that keyboard manufacturers are destroying the playability of roguelikes by removing numpads. I stand by that statement, damn it. Herg. Gonna go lurk? Do what you gotta do. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. It's actually like kind of hysterical to me reading these comments where it's just all these people talking about like they feel attacked about their keyboard choices and whatnot. And somebody like not too long ago left a comment literally stating like the brand name of their keyboard. I'm like, okay, so the problem isn't ergonomics. The problem is literally you chose to buy a boutique expensive keyboard that is earning higher profits from their keyboard sales because they made the keyboard smaller. That's your problem, is because you decided to get a fancy boutique fashionable keyboard. And then there's some people who are just like, oh, it breaks your ergonomics. I'm like, how do you have your keyboard set up? Like, what are you doing? It's actually like really strange to me to read these comments. Separate numpads are a thing? Sure. I don't know. I think keyboards are like absurdly inflated in value. And it's very hard for me to not just like look at a lot of keyboard features and be like, ah, yes, this exists to make keyboard more expensive. Got it. Because like that's the only logical reason for a lot of them to exist. That's not a keyboard. It's a novelty toy. Or like one of those things for typing in... oh, wait. Actually, hold on a second. Are you talking about those things for typing in courtrooms? I talk about keyboards for like a minute and like the YouTube chat starts moving more than it has all day. My keyboard isn't waterproof, but I clean it in the dishwasher. RGBs? You fucking LEDs that are way too expensive, yeah. All right, so this is going to be a farmer's guild right here. Which we got because I ended up getting a bunch of migrant waves full of farmers. So, you know, here's what it is. Used for programming. Sounds like a shitty gimmick. Unless it's like an accessibility thing, in which case, okay, cool. But to me, it sounds like a shitty gimmick. Lots of hobbies seem like that to folks who aren't in the hobby. Mate, I'm in expensive hobbies. Right? The problem with keyboards isn't that you can go out and buy an extraordinarily expensive, fancy, boutique keyboard. That's not the problem with keyboards. The problem with keyboards is that the slightly better than shit quality keyboards have vanished from the market. Find me a readily available mechanical keyboard with decent switches in it that doesn't look like it fucking fell out of a pride parade. It's so covered in rainbows. Isn't glowing like it's radioactive. And doesn't have a billion unnecessary keys and it has a numpad. Find me a keyboard. That's readily available and purchasable easily. Good luck. That's the problem with the hobby. Because like I have a mechanical keyboard, right? It has all of the features I need. It has 4 LEDs total. It has full keyboard, F keys, function keys, and my numpad. That is not an affordable, readily available keyboard. Have you seen the prices on WoW's keyboards? Jesus fucking Christ. I bought this keyboard for $60 brand new in a store. That's not readily available, nor is it affordable. That is banger at the high end. You skip the base layer. Anyway. Only if you put a ghost on them. Tritish. I mean, call them what you want, but I paid for it in a store here locally. Technically a Best Buy, actually. I was in that Best Buy recently, and the cheapest mechanical they had was $210. And it was covered in fucking LEDs. Get a $15 Logitech? You watch your mouth. Like, see, that's the thing. I'm in the keyboard hobby. I just don't want keyboards that have a billion extra added features that aren't needed. I do not like the feeling of non-mechanical keyboards. So you can come at me and be like, oh, there is you've missed the whole point of this entire discussion then. Which is fine. Many people do. Screwed up that yak. That's okay. I should just kill all of the grazers. It has RGB. Don't want it. I said find me one without RGB. That's the entire basis of this entire discussion. Find me one without RGB. I'm gonna slaughter these yaks because I don't want them. It's a requirement. Yeah, it's like it's like back. Oh yeah. Also, another thing. It needs to have wired as an option and a detachable cable. It's like every single wired keyboard I find now doesn't have a detachable cable. And if it does have a detachable cable, sorry, and if it does have a detachable cable, it has Bluetooth as an option. I do not want a wireless keyboard. Why so against RGB? Because I have very bad eye problems and blinky lights are extraordinarily distracting. If I'm I owned an RGB keyboard for about half a month-ish, and I would sit here and try and type on it. This was like an older one, and you couldn't turn it. The most setting you could have with it was you could set it just to like sit at a static color. The blinking from typing down here made my eyes start to lose focus. I can't have bright lights coming from down here. But like that, at this point, it's just a. At this point, it's just a. I want. And I'm not even in the market for a keyboard. I like my current keyboard, and I will use it until it ceases to function. And when it starts to cease to function, I will try and repair it. But it's just it's an argument of principle. It's a. I like keyboards. I use keyboards. I need keyboards for my job. However, the problem is most keyboards are not designed to be easily usable by me. And that makes me upset. It has wireless. Why are you adding in extra features that I shouldn't have to pay for? The sad part about this discussion is like, it's not a discussion that anybody can win because the product that I'm looking for literally doesn't exist anymore. And that's the whole point. Like this product line, this line of keyboards I have is a Cooler Master Master Keys. They are all now wireless optional with LEDs. They used to cost roughly $60 to $70 Canadian, depending on whether or not you got the one with the extra function keys or not. And now they cost about $200. That's the problem. Is because it's all just like, I could find a keyboard that's perfectly usable for me. I could do that. Like, if this keyboard dies tomorrow, ceases functioning entirely, I could go out and I could buy a keyboard that would be good enough, right? It'd probably end up having features I don't want, but that's not the problem, right? Like, I understand the high end, right? And I also understand, like, the hobby. I get it. I repair tape decks. I understand, like, the need to tinker. I understand the need to customize. I understand why people want that. And I understand why that market exists. The issue with it is that it makes the specific type of keyboard I like to use harder to find. So, that is not true at all, Radbug. If you believe that, you don't know me very well. CM Quickfire? Can't remember that line particularly well. I don't think I've ever seen a Quickfire. I appreciate you being horribly dismissive of my ability to discuss things. Radbug. It makes me gain respect for you. Okay, so this screwed up. So I have. Oh, well. I'll just erase it. It's fine. I don't think that brand is available here. I could go look it up. Curious about that one. Oh, it's a mouse. Never mind. Explain. Heard of it. You know what's ironic is I would totally use one of those if I had one that was USB modified with a detachable cable. I use a G402 for a mouse. Yeah, I've had this mouse since the G402 that I'm currently using. I've had since 2016, and I was recently having problems with it, so I actually took it apart and repaired it. I think like the argument and annoyance that I actually have is just like a bigger discussion about like the value of products and how everything is at maximum possible value at all times, just to, you know, have the most marketable product, which it's just kind of the world we live in, unfortunately. Just some dust buildup, loose connection. The way I rest my finger on the center mouse wheel pushes it to the right, and over time contorted the plastic covering to the right. So when I took it apart and I pulled the jog wheel out, I flipped it over and now it works fine again. So I'll slowly bend it back, is what I'm saying. It kind of does, Radbug, but as in make you look like an ass. I understand where you're coming from, but I think what you need to realize is there's a difference between me complaining about something that my mind is already made up on and me having a discussion with chat. I've absolutely had discussions with chat where chat has taught me things or I've changed my mind. But I think you just don't remember that as a discussion. Like I said, I really appreciate you being extraordinarily reductive of my ability to have a discussion or argue with people. And I find that kind of shitty. Can floodgates let in fish? Yes, but fish have to get in. If fish don't want to go in, then fish don't go in. So I will take your statement as feedback, but I don't agree with it in the slightest. Still find mice with optical encoder rings. Gaming wears out mechanical encoding rings very fast. I mean, it seemed mechanical. It might have been optical. I literally just flipped the ring over and it worked fine. Ooh, that's rough. Static electricity is probably dust, right? I'd bet that was probably dust, but I mean, could be wrong. All right, well. Do I have these all connected? You are connected and you're connected. All right, once this... Well, actually, let's just do it. Where are we? What's closest? 60 goblins? 100 goblins? 100 goblins? 100 goblins? 10,000? Oh, boy. Maligned markets, eh? This one has 10. This one has 200. Graphics different today. Nothing's changed. Not sure. A few. Okay, so there's the dread of confederating and the malice of baiting. There's also the gloved hatred. So there's like 3 different... I have to be careful of who I attack here, because there is 3 different goblin civs on this island. I'm not insulted, Radbug. For whatever that's worth. That's a funny sentence to read out of context beforehand. I wonder if you could, like, put some, like, anti-static stuff on it, because you can get, like, anti-static spray and things. I thought the locking stock was scroll wheel, but it isn't something you thought of wanting, but you're glad that you have it. Locking scroll wheel? Locking scroll wheel? I don't believe I've ever had a mouse with a locking scroll wheel. I just hate buying modern tech. I like... The reason I like out-of-date technology so much is because I can repair it. Your font different. Once again, I've changed nothing from yesterday. I turned my computer off and I turned it on. So, no? That's literally the only thing that's changed since yesterday, is I turned the computer off. I'm gonna go attack this place, because there's only 10 goblins there. We're just gonna raid. That's it. Go get him, snacks. Starts moving pretty slow. With a mouse ball, or do you use a laser mouse? Using a G402. That does not have a mouse. Do they even make mouse ball mice that are compatible with USB? I don't think I've ever seen one. What is happening? What are they fighting with? Oh, I've got too many puppies in one place. Let's give them more space to move around. I'm pretty sure the G402 is an optical mouse. I had a laser mouse once ages ago and I hated it. Just everything about it felt awful. So I actually sold it to a friend at the time and then bought this mouse. But yeah, I stopped using that mouse because everything about it felt bad. I'm actually just going to eat these hunting dogs because I'm not really using them for anything and the sprites are confusing me. Let's give Walnut Bag a couple dogs. That is a lot of dog. Yep. You know you've got a lot of dogs when they start fighting, because there's too many of them in one room. Okay, I need the value of this room to go up. Let's put a okay, out of displays. Right. This is a farmer's shop. Let's smooth a bunch of these walls. Let's just go down the middle here and just do engravings. Should probably cover it. I had to bet. It's not a mouse ball. Yeah, I know that much. What are we encrusting? Cabinets? Bunch of fancy shale cabinets. And also I've got a bunch of bedrooms that still need cabinets, apparently. Look at that. Not only that, but they still need to be assigned. Six more. Although it's gonna look like I got more open bedrooms right now than I've had for a minute because my military all just left. So when they come back, they're gonna have to reclaim their bedrooms. So I missed this one somehow. Every time you got back, the same mouse was just as dirty as the last time. Oh, that sucks. BenQ mice, no LEDs, 5 standard mouse buttons, hidden DPS toggle, button paracord cable. Only difference between models is hand fitting, and there is a huge selection of this. Neat. I mean, that's not really shilling. I mean, I'll shill for my BenQ monitors from here to hell and back. Nice, no bullshit monitors that just work with a good warranty. Tog, overcome by fear. Completely overwhelmed by fear. Well, that's lovely. Yeah, I'm really starting to think that, like, I'm not having any luck with that fishing situation. Because, like, yeah, not much luck. I guess I could just assign a bunch more dwarves to fishing, but I really want to do that. What do dwarves do with nervous system tissue? Literally nothing. If you don't find anything on the wiki, it means they do nothing with it. And I'm happy to confirm that they do, in fact, do nothing with it. Oh, we're fighting with kangaroos. Oh, boy. 2 of my dogs were found dead. Well done. Silly war dogs picking fights with a kangaroo. Obviously a fight they can't win. Does multi-creation bedrooms work good enough for automatically assigning dwarves to their room, or is it better to assign them manually? The only reason I'm assigning them manually is so that I know how many more beds I need to make. The multi-designation doesn't assign them. Dwarves select bedrooms when they decide they need a bedroom. So if a dwarf goes, man, I need a bedroom, they go claim a bedroom. Not all dwarves will claim bedrooms, regardless of how many bedrooms you have available. And certain jobs of dwarves lose their bedrooms periodically. As an example, hey, military's returned. And there's an iron corkscrew there, which I didn't make, meaning they brought stuff back. Mission report. In the early winter, in the early summer, the Avalanche of Surprise looted treasure from this place, meaning there was nothing there. We got a backpack, some bags, two-handed sword, a leather hood, and an enormous corkscrew, as well as a silver spear. Neat. Go do it again, then. Although we're suddenly at war with a whole bunch of people. So, wish us luck, chat. Oops, did I not assign them? I don't think I hit the button. Boom, go get them. More like World War Gobbin. But sure, close enough. I'm gonna melt this, and I'm gonna melt this. And I'm gonna go up to here. Set 2 melt metal object jobs. actually going to double prioritize this and see if they actually do it. Also going to throw in a smelt native gold ore on repeat job. Who has the most hours? It's for me to know and you not. I think it might actually just be me. I don't know off the top of my head. Who has the most hours in my chat? Let's see. I don't like the ages. I won't name people who haven't been here in a billion years. Yeah, it's me. Yeah, it is. It is in fact me. With 17,353. Calcium Crypt? No. No, Calcium Crypt has 8,000. I've changed Calcium Crypt's name a few times, though. More migrants have arrived. This will get us up to the migrant cap, probably. Ooh, also, the mayor needs a dining room. Yes. Let's give the mayor a chunk of this dining room. Let's shrink back down here. And also, I'm going to connect this dining room to the library. The Knowing Home. And this table here is going to become the mayor's dining hall. But anyway, just as an example of like how dwarves can lose bedrooms, if they are a military dwarf and they leave, they lose their bedroom assignments. If they are a... haven't quite gotten the value high enough yet. If they are a hunter dwarf, they won't ever claim a bedroom. I don't know why, but hunters just like won't claim bedrooms for some reason. So there are some odd scenarios where you need to assign dwarves. And also if you want to get ahead of like kids growing up, you have to manually assign kids, but they do share bedrooms until they're an adult with their parents. So basically it's like if you are managing there's kangaroos coming into my fort chat room. Kangaroos in my fort. If you are managing like bedrooms for kids, then you need to manually assign them, but otherwise it's relatively easy to just, roll with it. You want figurines, alrighty. Island of Kangaroo is this Australia? Well, it's full of goblins, so I can neither confirm nor deny the goblinness of Australians, so... And because I am not Australian, it is not my place to say. You still have to build 2-layer thick walls to get the most value. Yep. I don't actually care that much about value. But you only lose value if you have multiple zones overlapping on the wall. Otherwise, you don't actually lose any value. Let's just make another butcher shop. Get this butchering done quicker. So, where'd you go, Dwarfs? Oh, I see. You're leaving. How about you? You decide to go back, sleep, and get food and drink. That's not particularly helpful now there, is it, Dwarf? I guess really the only time you need to worry about room values like that is if you are stacking many, multiple rooms onto like one place and basically putting bedrooms in all of them, essentially, is kind of the only time you really need to start worrying about such things. Let's do copper weapon rack and copper armor stand. And let's do 20. No, let's do 13 of each. My mayor needs some. Where are you going? To sleep. I'm really curious about how badly I've screwed up the pathing routes in this fort. Clearly pretty badly. I only make totems in rare circumstances. I made a few in Creature Keepers of Forgotten Beasts, but I don't see the point. I don't need a billion puppy totems. Sexism and marketing is the whole pink for girls, blue for boys thing. Just pulling a random line out of YouTube chat. Your USB switched? Yep, also that. They also are talking about that. I'd blame Barbie and toy manufacturing. Pink was an expensive color, yeah. It's a hard color to make. You have to call it. We'll see you later. Thanks for coming in with the raid. Appreciate you. Rocking lavender or off pink shirts takes it to the next level sometimes. You see, I have two types of clothing. Well, three types of clothing, actually. Band shirts, hiking clothing, or like outdoor activities clothing. So like I also use it for cycling. And everything else. And everything else is variations of gray, black, or white t-shirts. And that's, I have, like, to give you an idea, I have 6 of these. They're completely plain gray t-shirts. I've had them for years. I'm very much one of those people where it's like, well, I mean, like, I could put thought into clothing, or I could just not. Okay, so I don't want them using this as pathing. I also don't want them using this. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put a door here on the side. Because it's okay for them to go this way. That's what that is for. I just don't want them going this way ever. Oh. Nope, never mind. You're starving. I think this dwarf might need to be removed from the military. They're just so weak that it's taking them, which is funny because you're like a competent striker. Like you're not painfully skinny or anything. But this dwarf is almost dying. It's taken them so long to walk across the map. You know, Kaijin, you have a good personality for this. I don't think you have anything else cut out for this. So, you know what? Just go turn in your stuffs. Find somebody to replace you. So go pick up new equipment, even though you're currently naked. You're currently crying. Feels restless after being unoccupied for so long. Well, go get your new socks. Go get clothings. You dwarf. Do they have 7 currently this dwarf is wearing a sock. So I don't think lead crowns are currently in it. Now 2 socks. I don't think lead crowns are an issue for this dwarf at this exact moment. I think that this dwarf needs a new career path, actually. But, like, you know, mining would help with the speed problem. Anyway, let's see how round 2 went. We looted more treasure, and there's no spoils report. All right, well, let's go smack another one. First, Evil Crest, then the World. Ooh. This one has, do we understand Strodano's Sore Terror? As well as Dreams of Evil Crest and a bunch of other things. So Evil Crest is this Dark Goblin's pits, and they have some books. So let's go get them books. Back at 'em, dwarves. Back at 'em. Playing whack-a-mole with goblins? Not, well, I mean, I guess the hammers. They're not really popping up, though. They're just kind of there. They have to walk back onto the map and then immediately back off of the map. Because I need to teach these goblins how to swim. So what I need to do is I need another minecart. Because right now I got the manual throwing stuff thing, which is efficient. But what I really need is I need a minecart. What the minecart will do is it'll automate this process so it just goes over automatically. All right, so more. Okay, let's just go along this side here. I don't mind all this stuff as well. More tetrahedrite. Get those gems out of here as well. Also, wouldn't whack-a-mole be more like akin to like fighting with dwarves? Because moles dig. Goblins don't dig, especially right now, which is why there's no trolls. Because they don't dig. So if they don't dig because there's no trolls, then whack-a-mole is like even more incorrect now because they wouldn't have anything to pop out of to be whacked in. It's a sentence. Very odd one. I'm overthinking this. When do I not overthink anything? Like, let's be honest. When do I do anything else? Raided Evil Crest. The avalanche of depressions attacked the belted seduction of the dread of confederating at Evil Crest. The dwarf Neurokeys, led by Bridge, I can't speak today. Neurokeys Bridge Room led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Ogom Topspears. In the late summer of 504, the dwarf Neurokeys outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. The dog Moses, okay, well, we lost a dog. We lost a second dog because Goblin Fat Seduce, that's a name, killed a goblin, or killed my dog. Another dog was struck down. But Moses was able to kill a goblin, so which is good. Well, I mean, my dogs are doing pretty good work so far. I think we are just going to turn around and go attack the old mountain home of my fortress. Another dog died. Okay, we escaped at the end, which is fine. Now we're going to go hit this. This is the goal, is kill the king. And the king happens to exist in that location. So we're going to go see if I can smack him. But first, I'm going to assign some more war dogs to my military. All right, dogs. Get them, pupsers. Nero Keys is now running off. Whose only notable kill is a wild boar. That says a lot. Mr. Crean, pump operator, has been taken by a Feymood. Do I have feelings one way or another about the upcoming changes to sieges? I won't have feelings until I've seen them. And I don't know. I don't actually know at this point if doors are even broken. To be honest with you. Like, I'm starting to Stockholm Syndrome. I have no thoughts on upcoming sieges changes because there are no announced confirmed changes to sieges at this point. There's the outline they've had for ages, and that hasn't been updated in almost 5 years. So I don't consider that particularly relevant information anymore. And nothing was announced strictly. I mean, they mentioned it briefly in the last announcement, but I'll have thoughts when they announce what's actually happening and when it's happening. Until then, I won't. So this dwarf is working furiously after grabbing tetrahedrite leather and wood. An observer, hello, morning. Yeah, until that point, I don't really see the purpose of thinking about sieges, per se. It's one of those, well, I mean, I guess I could think about that, but, like, why? It's far enough away that it's not at the front of mind, so... Guess I use every single piece of it. We are currently in an ad break, so I will simply place some furniture. Or we're about to be in an ad break, and all I'm going to do is place some furniture. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then... not archery targets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Waiting for Nero Keys to leave the map. They have 2 beds. Let's make 25 more. Over here, we're going to prep the next dump thingy. Yeah, I guess, like, asking a question about sieges is a much easier thing to ask me about. Or rather, my response, actually, I guess, to your question would maybe make more sense if you'd been around for longer, I suppose, or maybe around this stream in particular longer. Because, like, that was a very, very common portion of discussion before the Steam version was announced. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I don't know how much of that stuff's going to end up in the game, right? So if I start talking about, and this is just kind of my blanket principle about why I don't talk about how I feel about upcoming patches unless it's the next patch or confirmed, because I played this game long enough to know Tarn talks about things and 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 talks about things. And then eventually they make it into the game. But like, to give you an idea, they used to do a podcast, right? Which was called DF Talk, which was hosted by Rain Seeker and Captain Tastic, neither of which play the game anymore from what I could tell. And one of them is a grandpa. So like, they've gotten rather busy in life. And the other one started a business. So like, a bakery with his partner. So like they're rather busy these days. So the podcast hasn't happened in a very long time and probably will never really make a return, at least not in that format. And it's interesting going back and listening to it because in the 2009 episodes, Tarn talks about wanting to add guild halls, allowing you to let your dwarves train with teachers and portions of the fortress that already have certain skills. This was a feature he was thinking about adding in 2009. For clarity, it made it into the game in 2020. 11 years later. So when you ask me about sieges, I have no thoughts about upcoming changes for sieges because DF Roundtable is just that's a third-party show. It's not that's a fan cast. It's not like a developer cast, right? The DF Talk was a like development podcast where it was Tarn and or Zach talking about the game in every episode. Like, I like DF Talk. DF Talk's great. I mean, or sorry, and I like DF Roundtable. I've been on their show a couple times, but that's more of a fan cast thing. So it's kind of a different thing. But yeah, at the end of the day, I have no interest in speculating because that's all it is it's speculation, and we have no idea when anything's gonna make it in. And just because of the way this game has been developed over the decades, it's quite literally redundant to talk about and have thoughts on every single feature that's been mentioned once in passing for Dwarf Fortress or written on their dev diary because there's no logical reason to even think about them because they're so far off. So. What? Okay, I was going to say, why are you taking so long to leave the map there, Dwarf? Mr. Crean has created Vunmogeb Katstmud, a tetrahedrite mechanism, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Irel Haim Brightness. Yeah, at this point, the only stuff I really feel comfortable speculating or talking about is, like, adventure mode stuff, pretty much. And, you know, I think for me, it's mostly just the fact that when Premium was announced, but we didn't know exactly what was going to make it in, I did a lot of speculating. Like, a lot. Where, like, Tarn would talk about something in, like, Future of the Fortress or in a blog post, and I would read that, and I would take it at face value, and I would speculate on it. I did that a lot, and I very heavily regret it. Not because, like, you know, I regret speculating necessarily, but because almost every single one of my speculations was wrong, and the way they implemented stuff was different than the way I thought they would. Which, on the surface, isn't necessarily a bad thing, but the reason it was a bad thing was because a lot of people heard what I said and took it as announced stuff, which is really bad. So I have to be, well, not have to be, but I realize that people watch my stuff on the internet as a source of news for a video game. And if you are a source of news for a video game, some people are not too good at differentiating between speculation and confirmed stuff. So that's why I refuse to speculate on stuff that's so far off. I'll speculate on stuff that's close, but on stuff that's far off, yeah, no, you're never gonna get that. Also, chat room, can I get a round of beers? We're kind of quiet today. I think to give it like... How do I say this? To give it some context, it would be like asking, how do you feel about the World of Warcraft expansion that's coming after the next expansion that's coming after the next expansion that's coming after the next expansion? That's kind of what asking about sieges is like. It's like, well, I don't know. Maybe they'll have aliens this time. So this is a tetrahedrite mechanism. All craft starship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of yak leather, and this object menaces with spikes of tetrahedrite. On the item is an image of a theater key, the flaxen holiness, perfect pipe, opal, and ginkgo wood. It's a really good analogy, actually. I think it's a really bad analogy, but at least we have differing opinions on something. What's up, penis? And this is why loving Dwarf Fortress ends up making me feel like I'm defending Star Citizen sometimes. Oh, it's not that it's not okay. You guys can speculate. The thing that happened here, a curious maniac. I don't know if it's a curious or a curious. I've never asked you. You guys can speculate all you want. You're just not going to get me directly speculating. And what happened here is you asked a question, and I started answering the question, and then chat got kind of quiet. I guess everybody was just listening or whatever, or lurking or doing what chat does. And so instead of like somebody like tripping me onto a slightly different subject and me going off and babbling about something else, I kind of got stuck in a loop, which happens to me sometimes. I kind of need chat to break me out of it, but chat doesn't always do that. So chat didn't break me out, so I just kind of got stuck in that for a little bit. How you doing, Deep Space? It's a curious maniac. Okay. Now that is a weird analogy. And also as if a CNN reporter is going to have an unbiased take on the US election. Also, you comparing me to a CNN reporter is extraordinarily offensive. I am deeply offended, and I'm now questioning my life's choices. That is all. There you go, Victorium. That's okay, that makes two of us. I would rather not be a large budget news source on anything. Frankly. Comparing me to mainstream news reporting is painful. There's a reason I cover video games and not mainstream politics generally. But how's things? Deep Space. Psycho Killer. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Fa better. Run, 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 run away. Soldiers with human brains made of jelly bean soup. Once we were encouraging the pangolins, but those pesky eyes saw none of it. Good news, everyone. Today is Wednesday. Wow, that's actually correct. Happy dudes. Convincingly, we scream. All caught up. 4-day weekend upcoming? What's the reason behind the 4-day work weekend or the 4-day weekend? I wanted to say 4-day work week, but a force of vile darkness has arrived and they demand a parley. Well, it's fine. We'll give you time on that parley while I get everybody inside. Excellent. Although I need to go into here. Got a lot of space I need to add to this. I think I need to go down to here, add this in as well. Is there anything I'm missing? I'm missing this. Missing this. Add these. May need a hospital soon, too. Kinda is, yeah. Just public holiday, plus you're taking the Monday off? Gotcha. Hopefully you enjoy your holiday. That bridge, I might actually make this bridge out of a different material, because shale next to mud just looks like it's opaque and non-completed, even though it is. This gonna be a big siege, guys. All right, I'm gonna go grab my lunch. And when I get back, I'm gonna eat it. And then we're gonna figure out what to do with this. 2 seconds, chat.
Sandwich! Cheese for everyone!
Is that interesting?
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
Over here, he has a sword.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
You fucking donkey!
Definitely sandwich time. Did you change your name, Deep Sea Fishing? Because I don't recognize your name, but that would be where your things went if you changed your name. Nope. And how come I've, like, I don't recognize your name at all? When was the last time you spoke in my chat? Like, now I'm just, like, questioning my thoughts and deeds because I don't recognize your name at all. Weird. All right, well, then I'll go add you to the thing. Usually, if people's roles disappeared, it's because they changed their username. What? Ah, I get you. Well, there you go. You got him back now. So I think what we're gonna do is we're just gonna wait on their parlay until the. Also, if you could test them, that'd be fantastic. Just so that I know that I did it right or selected the right person. So now we basically just sit here. There you go. I'll wait for the main group of dwarves to come back. See that? That's a rare tree goblin. Very rare species. Who's actually attacking me, though? Someone keeps honking outside. The dread of confederating. A lot of items is inaccessible. It's going to keep up for a bit. Well, since we are currently locked down, I'm going to pause. Everything that, you know, isn't directly related. Keeping my dwarves alive. So, currently what we're doing is we are attacking a fortress called Scorchringed. Scorchringed was once the capital of my dwarven civilization. It was taken over by goblins quite a while ago. And the current king of my civilization lives there. And is also a almost 400-year-old necromancer. So, I'm sending my dwarves there to hopefully, if he's imprisoned, free him. If he's not, which I assume he isn't, kill him. And optimally, change the bloodline to somewhere else. Love the Strange Moods track so much. Yeah, I think honestly my favorite track for this version of the game is probably Winter Entombs You. If I had to pick one. You know, when they announced what they were doing with the soundtrack, I kind of thought that they were going to end up, like, having a lot of different variations on the original theme. Didn't really think they'd go the route they did with having so many new little themes, and I really like it. It's such a good song. I think the king betrayed us a long time ago, Devilish. You just barely found the caverns in time to not starve. That's good. You went to your Steam owned games list and hit random and Don't Starve opened up and you took it literally. That's good. Avoid zombies outside casting spells on your livestock. Well, that can't be good for the frame rate. Yeah, the intelligent undead are something that, like, I think throw people for a loop the first time they encounter them. It's like, what are these blue people? Why is everybody dead? What is happening? Ah. I'm gonna do this. Wood. Logs. I'm just going to forbid all of the logs. And then jump into the fortress. And grab the forbid tool. Or unforbid tool, rather. And unforbid these ones. Because currently, there's no reason to have so many job cancellations going on. This job is making me nervous. You know, I haven't seen a vampire in like 6 months. Like, just ages. It's been quite a long time since I last saw a vampire. Which I think is kind of weird, actually. Like, kind of super weird. This is called foreshadowing? Which part? Me not seeing a vampire in so long? I mean, I'm just stating a fact, but I suppose. You are going to load corpses. And refuse. I'm just gonna go over the edge and down into here. Got a little bump and lag, which makes me hope that they're returning, but not just yet. They're so rare these days. Yeah, it almost makes me wonder if, like, something has changed with, like, the difficulty settings or something, because I know, like, you can make them more common. Oh, there we go. They're returning. Yay! No deaths. At least, no dwarven deaths. All right, let's see if we got them. We raided Scorch Ringed. The dwarves attacked the barbarous speeches at the malice of baiting. At Scorchringed. It's definitely not a trap. The dwarf Neurokeys led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Aslot. Neurokeys outmatched the goblin Aslot, Doom Savage with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Scorchringed. All right, the goblin was struck down. Another goblin was struck down. By my war dog of everything. The first 2 kills, both my war dogs. 3 kills by my war dogs. One of my war dogs was struck down. War dog slayed somebody else. Another goblin was killed by a dog. Mata was struck down by a dog. A dwarf finally got one, Smatsu. Burr was struck down by Neurokeys. Strodono was struck down by Shutterbug. The Sane got one. It was Snowstub. Another one was struck down by... Wait, hold on a second. Snowdub with a funny thing under your name. What was your last name? Thought I saw the same goblin die twice, but no. Zombie Giant Sponge took out another goblin. Goblin's getting the shit kicked out of him, killed by Iron Pit. Another dog took out another one. Another one of my dogs died. Killed by a goblin named Bosa Ractated. The Subtle Skulls of Permanency. That's a name. One of my two of my dog Moses got maimed pretty bad. It's probably not gonna live through this. Yeah, the dog Moses was killed once again by that By this bloody goblin, the Barb of Whispering. The Goblin Niglusu Cat Curse, the Fortunate Poison of Seducing. You know, that's fitting, because isn't cat saliva mildly toxic? You ended up jailing them and walling them in permanently for whatever reason. One of their clothes disintegrated half a decade or so after they went, and then they went stark raving mad. Yep. That'll happen. You got a couple forts in a row deal with were creatures. Yeah, I wonder if they've, like, nerfed the defaults on were creatures, too. I haven't seen them as much recently. Although I've also been playing in pretty young worlds, which wouldn't encounter either vampires or were creatures. Goblin was struck down. 3 more of my dogs were struck down. Another dog was struck down. Goblin named M was struck down by one of my dogs named Mincott. Another goblin was struck down by another one of my dogs. A dog fought with 7 goblins, slaying 1, which is kind of a funny mental image. Mincott, the dog, was killed. Nako was not a bad fight, though. Goblins are getting beaten up. Haven't encountered our king just yet, positively or negatively. Another one of my dogs got injured. Dog struck down more. Another dog struck one down. Reason I'm staring at this, I would normally go through it quicker, is because if we encounter the king, I would like to know. All right, well, the snacks did okay. Wait for the rest of them. Then we get to try the water cannon, which has been pumping for quite some time, I should add. Quite some time. Which is kind of funny, because there's just this massive goblin siege, like right here, and the dwarves are just walking back in right here. Like, that's kind of funny. They're, like, just walking back onto the map right here, and there's just this giant goblin army sitting right there. Maybe not giant, but pretty big goblin army. A not small goblin army sitting there. All right, let's see. Where are we at, dwarves? Up and at 'em. Go get your drinks. All right, who's ready for a siege? Let's fight. Deny their goddamn parlay. I've got an ad break coming in 1 minute, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run the ads right now. And then can we get a Vile Force of Darkness, please? Twitch really wants me to run 4 minutes of ads an hour because they guarantee that I will make an extra $100 a month. I want to inform you guys, I'm going to leave it at 1 minute and 30 seconds every 30 minutes, which is 3 minutes of ads per hour. They can yell at me all they want. As long as I'm getting 55% ad revenue on 3 minutes an hour, that's the most I'm going to run. Anything more like that feels like gouging. Gotta wait for the response to the parlay. Naturally, yes. No, it's more like they're not here to die and would rather not, and they know that they're up against dwarves, and dwarves have a tendency of being surprising. That's, yeah, well, here's the thing. In December, it'd be like $400 a month. So in December, it's much more tempting. But ad revenue changes drastically based on the season. Such is the way of things. All right. Let's let these goblins move towards us. I'm really... Wait, what? Oh. Oh, they killed my horse. They killed my horse, chat. Killed my horse. A curious maniac. Thanks for gifting out a sub to Wiz. Appreciate you. I was wondering why they were running in that direction so quickly, and then I was like, right, yeah, I guess I hadn't butchered all of those creatures just yet. They're fighting with my llama now. The issue with this is they're all bunched up. I'll pull this lever briefly and open the bridge, because I want them to bunch up. Want these guys to regroup, the guys up front. Currently they're not. They can kill all of my livestock, that's fine. I just prefer that they all come attack me at once. Just for, you know, maximum effect. Because at some point, I'm going to have to open up a hose here. All right, here they all come. This is going to be a lot of nice materials, actually. We're going to almost immediately get new gear. You have your first Canadian interview, as in, like, citizenship interview? Or job interview? I was saying, haven't you been in the country for a while? Why? Why you do this? Dumb goblins. All right, well, I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Bonk. And bang. That's enough. All right, it's time for our first test of the gushers. You ready, chat?
Bring out your dead.
There it goes. Not bad. All right, note to self. Remember to lock the door next time. I didn't think I'd get so much backwash, okay? But, okay. Add that to the list of reasons once again why I need to remember to, you know, there you go. Whew. All right, well, anyway, how are these goblins doing? Been better. All right, well, I can also pull this. That was unanticipated. Yeah, it's fine. Let's have some floors to clean now. All right, well, let's see how the last of these guys do. Teaching them how to swim, clearly. All right, well, let's open the back door up and get ready to do it again for when I need to, because it'll be done refilling in a minute. It won't take too long to drain. Slight design flaw. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Honestly, I think that went pretty well. I do need to, like, roof this chunk off so that it doesn't overflow. And so that they can't try and swim out. Because, like, that's why they lived as long as they did, was because they tried to swim out. But not bad. And then if any get through, we'll just fight them. Problem is now I need to, like, demudify my, my foyer, which is a issue. But, you know, could be worse. Could be worse, frankly. I'm glad you think so, Bone Doll. You spat out your drink? Oh, what, my oopsie? Or just the setup in the middle? Stay back. Pretty much. All right, so now I just need a quicker way of draining this thing. Because as you can clearly see, currently we have a bit of an issue that it's not quite powered enough right now. But you know, it is okay. Could be a lot worse. I'm kind of surprised that the siege is still here. Honestly. Kind of surprised. Yeah, so to those of you who kept asking, like, why are... You know, they're just, like, relaxing in the nice, fresh spring water. Getting ready for the next siege, I suppose. Like, well, we're here anyways, might as well bath. Free iron armor. Free iron armor with goblin insignia on it. Ugh. Speaking of armor, how much, Oracle do I have? 170. They have nobody to lead them? This dwarf, or this goblin is satisfied upon improving swimming. They just felt the need to point that out. An adequate swimmer. How long have you been sitting in this puddle? Other question. Why is there vomit everywhere? Oh, I see. There's 2 kangaroos in my fort. Guys, can we kill those kangaroos, please? They're both named. So you'll both get, like, legendary kills off of them. We're gonna open the front door now. Front door's open. This is almost done draining. So now we wait. For the remainder of the goblins. Oh yeah, there's nothing wrong with you guys giving me multiple clips. Nothing wrong there. It's not a race. I love how these goblins just have seemingly no interest in leaving this hole. Oh, shit. Well, we've got our first goblin who made it in. Did anybody jump down with him? Nope. Okay. So far, so Dwarf. How many baddies do we have left? Are they literally like, how many of them are in here? There's 3 of them in there. I'm gonna do this. Why is there so much random blood everywhere? Why isn't this goblin dead yet? Oh god. Bad timing. Lever hasn't been pulled yet, so good timing. Dwarves booking it forward. They just needed the action, turns out. Iron Pit, Neuro Keys, and Saturn are up front. Bashing the Goblin Bowman heavily. To the point where it appears that recently, the last thing this dwarf did was bit the Goblin Bowman in the upper lip and latching on firmly. It was the kiss of death, one could say. Stosbub, Demon Gravel, is enraged at all enemies. Nero Keys is leading the attack, most recently smacking the goblin in the upper arm with a silver warhammer, fracturing the bone through the iron mail shirt. And just like that, the siege is broken. Well done, dwarves. Just wanted a kiss, don't we all? Don't we all? Okay, so what I'm going to do now is set everything to be dumped. Or all the bodies, anyway. Now I'm going to go into here and remove this. Get them, dwarves! I have so much stuff I got to replace in a little bit here. Thankfully, we didn't even need, you know, any kind. Wow. Darius, thank you very much for the 10-pack of gift subs. It's very kind of you, dude. Means a lot. Hey, you got Acre in there. We got a few people who haven't had a sub in a minute. So thank you much. Means a lot, dude. What was I going to say? Fortunately, we still don't need a hospital, but I should make one. I should make a hospital regardless. Bring out a lot of pets and whatnot. So did all of my war dogs die? I mean, there's plenty that are still assigned to people. No, they didn't all die. Sleepy Moonmoth, thank you very much for the 11th month. Welcome back. I hope you're doing well. Let's go attack my old mountain home again. Same rules. Do I have any... I'm gonna say talented or like good hammer dwarves that aren't currently in the squad? Not really. Go get them, dwarves. How's the stream going? No complaints. How's your day going? Kind of starting to get ready to swap to the other fort, actually. I've been live for 7 hours. We'll do a little bit more on this fort, and then we'll swap over to the other one. And then tomorrow, the plan is to do the normal stream. But in the evening, we're gonna play a new game, actually, a game that I've never streamed before. A little game called Home Safety Hotline. Which should take about 3 hours to beat. So we'll probably start that at like 6 hours or so into the stream, maybe 7 hours into the stream. So we'll do this fort in the morning and then Home Safety Hotline in the evening. A little sleepy? Well, username does in fact check out, turns out. But chat room, out of curiosity, what have you guys been playing recently? Looks terrifying. Oh, it's absolutely a spooky game, but I will do a poll at the beginning and see what everybody's most common phobias are. and then disable those phobias, because it does have a phobia like nerfing thing where, because it has images and sounds and descriptions and audio logs. So if certain things are particularly spooky to you, you can disable them. So I'm going to go through and disable all of the sounds that people find particularly distressing. You have an itch to go back to Angband. Oh, that's an interesting one. Where'd that itch come from? What was the name of the game again that I'm going to be playing tomorrow? It's called Home Safety Hotline. It sounds like I'm actually talking about tech support, but I swear it's a video game. Kind of looks like Windows 98. Of Terra Firma Craft. What's Terra Firma Craft? Not a Minecraft thing? Actually, just gonna take all this clothing here and dump it. Get rid of it, dwarves. Goblin socks, not important. We don't need those. Minecraft overhaul mod makes it more survivalish. Gotcha. What you recording it for? Is this like a YouTube thing that you do, or is this just for your own archival purposes? Need to figure out where to put my hospital. YouTube thing. Gotcha. Well, good luck. Uh-oh. I don't... Wow. Sorry, this is just really funny to me. You see this? This is full of water because when I fired off the geyser, it went up into here, down and into here. That is very funny to me. Snacks have returned, I think. Yeah, they did. How'd they do? No loot once again. Nero Keys led the attack again. Outmatched the same guy in charge. One of my dogs almost immediately dies to the guy in charge of the enemy squad. But one of my goblins killed a goblin. One of my dogs killed a goblin. Another goblin was killed by one of my dogs. One of my dogs died. Goblin named Burr was struck down. Goblin Ago was struck down by one of my dwarves. Dwarves doing some tussling. Another goblin was taken out. Dwarves are taking things out left and right. Pretty even fight against some of them. I feel like we are taking out way more of them than they are taking out of us, which is a good sign so far. Taking out a bunch more pieces of goblin. Another one of my dogs was taken out. Another dog was taken out. Raiding elves is difficult, also because elves tend to have really, really, really good tracking and ambush skills. I find my problem isn't like the animals that they have. My problem with the elves is the fact that they have this annoying habit of like kidnapping my dwarves. Like I'll attack them. It's like, all of your dwarves are taken prisoner. It's like, well, great. Awesome. Fantastic. Sweet. Thanks. Why are there wasps around you right now? Oh, you mean like in as far as phobias go? I will probably leave bug images on, but, you know, like I said, that's not something we need to worry about until tomorrow. I mean, I would say if you're like a human with a a pointy stick, elephants are basically unkillable. I will just state that. And for a dwarf, that also makes sense. Rat bug's doing stuff. We're not so bad. Clashed with 6 goblins. Neurokeys by themselves. Or sorry, no, I'm misreading this. Nero Keys plus the squad killed 6 goblins, clashed with 2 goblins, slaying them. All right, not bad. Taking out more. It's the overall population of this place now. Still 200? I think we should raise this to pillaging. Have to wait until the commander-chief is back. Nero Keys. If they're taken prisoner, at least Dwarf isn't on the menu. Yeah, no, they only get eaten if they die. I will say, it's just kind of aggravating when you send a squad of, like, or, like, say, let's just say 3 squads of dwarves to go fight some elves, and then, like, they don't get to kill anything, and 2/3 of your squad is just instantly gone. That is kind of aggravating. There's a lot of things to consider, and circumstances strongly depend on, well, dedication. The mods you have for Season 4 are making it even harder than before, and you're loving it? Hell yeah. I really wish I enjoyed playing Minecraft. But I have a really hard time enjoying playing Minecraft. I think it's a bit of a shame. Because, like, in another world, I would love Minecraft, I think. Alright, well, I need to figure out where I'm going to put a hospital. Thinking up here, maybe? Chat, I have a question. On this scene, where would you put the hospital? In between these 2 guild halls, like in this kind of area. Along this ramp somewhere. Or back here connected to the barracks. Where would you put a hospital? You'd replace the massive storage location with the hospital? I should probably slowly filter all this stuff out, but it's so much stuff to filter out. Since your world was 700 hours, a magnificent castle with stained glass windows and a nether portal nexus for fast travel and an open portal to the end mysteriously corrupted. Wait, you mean like your save got mysteriously corrupted, or is there something in Minecraft called the mysteriously corrupted? By the Costco. You know, true story, I've never been in a Costco in my entire life. You like them in flow? Yeah, I tend to agree. I'm kind of thinking about having the entryway to the hospital up here, but actually building it down here. Save corrupted. Oh god, yeah, that's the worst. That is the worst. My condolences. That's like me and Mass Effect. I never played the first one, but I was playing Mass Effect 2 because I bought it used. I was loving it. Absolutely loving it. I thought it was fantastic. Very, very, very much enjoying it. And then my computer at the time was like janky and falling apart. And it decided to blue screen. And from what I can tell, the computer overheated is what happened because it was summertime. And computer blue screened during a save. And it borked my save. And I had a backup save from a decision I made pretty early on, which was about, I don't know, 2.5 hours into the game. And the other save file I had was maybe 90 minutes to an hour and a half, like 90 minutes, like an hour and a half to like 3 hours away from the end of the game-ish from watching another Let's Play that I watched. And I was like, you know what? We'll try again. I was having fun with this game. I didn't make it. I gave up. Very quickly. Never went back. Which I think is kind of a shame, because, like, Mass Effect, genuinely one of the coolest worlds, lore-wise, I think I've ever encountered in a video game. But good lord. That, like, completely wrecked it for me. I like how somebody managed to throw a glove in there right in the last second before it smacked it. That's kind of funny. Yeah, I think that's the only time that I ever had, like, a save get corrupted that was bad enough that I didn't go back to the game. I've lost save files for various reasons here and there over the years, but that is the one situation I've had where I lost the save file and was mad enough at the fact that I lost the save file that I never went back. Let's do copper chain 10 and traction bench 10. This was a commitment that you were never good at. You know, it's Mass Effect is an interesting series because, like, I almost have a hard time finding an analogy, right? Like, that first game was, apparently, I never played it, incredible. Everybody loved it, right? But it didn't sell super well. The second one, having played, I don't know, 89, 90% of it, I can say was genuinely incredible. Like, the chunks that I played of that game was extraordinarily enjoyable. I had a great time. And the third one is like, even post patches where they've changed it, from what I can tell, didn't make good on their promises, didn't satisfy the story, and kind of left people who'd been playing the entire franchise and the whole trilogy especially upset. Even, like, post-edits to the ending and whatnot. The development team that made the third one didn't know how the game was going to end until they played it themselves, in most cases. With the exception of, like, the guys at the top that were, like, heading up the story and the storyboarding and everything, most of the people working on Mass Effect 3 had no idea how the game was going to end in the story. Vast majority of them were just, like, working on their tiny little portion of the game. Like, I've watched and listened to many an interview with Mass Effect people where they're just like, in fact, like, there's a full-length documentary on YouTube just about the ending. And the vast majority of them are like, yeah, I mean, like, I knew how the models for the rifles looked. Or like, oh, yeah, I knew about how my 4 quests that I was in charge of directing were going to play out. But the overarching story, no idea. And it was a very bad call. I'm not an expert, and that's probably got something to do with it. But my theory is the same thing that happened to Dead Space, right? Dead Space 1, phenomenal game. Didn't sell particularly well. Dead Space 2, phenomenal game to a degree. Also didn't sell particularly well. Dead Space 3, not great game. Also didn't sell particularly well. But the difference was Dead Space 3 was marketed as, this is the best time to start playing this. This is the absolute best possible time to start playing this game. It's got co-op. It's a bit of a clean break in the story. You don't need to worry so much. That's what the marketing for Dead Space 3 was. And the marketing for Mass Effect 3 was the exact same thing, where it was like, this is the best time to get into the game. You know, it's like, it doesn't matter if you played the other two. Like, you'll get more out of the story, but like, we've made it so that you do not need to play the other two. Because at the time, EA Games was publishing some single-player games. We're in an ad break now, shit. Was publishing some single-player games. And these single-player games kind of required that you played the first two to get it, to a degree. And they were kind of committing to that. Like with Dead Space 1 and 2, to kind of understand the storyline, you kind of needed to play the first two, the other ones before it, right? Whereas Dead Space 3 just, like, threw that out the window and put co-op in it. And made a very different game, and Mass Effect realized that they needed to sell copies. To me, what it is, and like I said, this is just me theorizing and throwing ideas around in my brain, and you can disagree with me if you want. That's totally fine. To me, what happened is it was EA Games realizing that they didn't feel that those games were making enough profit. Three was only fun as a co-op mode. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I never played 3. I did play 1 and 2 Dead Space. Also, it's hard for me to read DS 1 and 2, because that just reads to me like Dark Souls 1 and 2. But yes, yeah, I know what you mean. It's never enough profit for you. I mean, that's my like head, like my, like I'm not a big. I'm not a big Mass Effect guy. I liked the parts of Mass Effect 2 that I played. There was some parts of it that were kind of monotonous, but I did like the parts of it that I played. And I thought that the writing was great and the art design was fantastic. That world's super cool. But obviously I never finished it. I watched a Let's Play. And I played Dead Space 1 and 2. Loved both of them. Admittedly, I played them like 5+ years after they came out and played them like when they were on sale on a Steam sale, like a proper patient gamer. But those were incredible games when they came out, but I intentionally avoided the third ones because I was like, well, I realized pretty quickly what kind of, thing that they were and that it wasn't for me. Right? We got another Vile Force of Darkness. Is this from the same side? This is from the Malice of Baiting. Oh shit! My squad returned, but I do not have the leader anymore. Nero Keys, what happened? Oh, don't tell me that. Nero Keys led the attack and with a shock. Sorry, what? Nero Keys, Bridgekim, the crystalline shock of erasing, led the team with a cunning plan, and the defenders had a. Huh. They actually outmatched us this time. Defenders were led by Aslot again, and for some reason they outmatched them. So did you get kidnapped or are you dead? Big Bang A1 was struck down by a goblin named Zom. I'm scanning for the name of our king. One of my dogs was struck down. There's part of me that really wants to play that Dead Space 1 remake, but I don't cover EA Games stuff, so I wouldn't stream it. And I know that I would have a hard time streaming it because it's so different from everything that I play. Oh, man. Imprisoned. Well, now we have an additional quest. Save Nero Keys. And kill the king. Anyway, when it comes to Dead Space, on paper, I would love to play it, but I don't know if it'll ever happen. You had to stop seeing anything gory or violent. I like written horror. I don't like shock horror. I like intellectual horror, if you will. So we need a new commander. Let's move. Let's throw some random dwarf in here and swap it out with zombie. I don't know why I'm putting Zombie Giant Sponge into this position, but get in there. We also lost Big Bang. Throw in some other currently not jobified dwarves. And you know what? Kaijin, we're giving you a second shot. Get in there. So this one is not giving us the opportunity to wait. This one is just straight up attacking us. But I want it's not like they could have brought Snatchers, because we have no kids to snatch. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just gonna slam this shut. One goblin made it in. Dwarves charge. Goblin is firing bolts. This goblin's not going to live much longer, I don't think. We have a dwarf sprinting out this way in absolute fear, running away from the fighting, if anything. Goblin makes it to the top. Let's claim all his stuff. Gotta get the body out of there. 1. Was it really just 1? Goblin that I managed to catch in this thing? Literally just 1? Really? Oh, man. Well, I mean, I could just gurgle him. Am I getting sieges every season now? I think it's gonna be like that for the remainder of ever. Because I attacked 2 different goblin civs. I will be almost actually kind of surprised if I only get 1 siege season. I'm expecting it to be like 2 or 3. But I'm not going to turn up the population cap on this fort because I think like that's going to be kind of cheesy. So where are you going? Mr. Crean was found dead. Ah. Clearly he didn't make it inside in time. Rest in peace, dwarf. You shall be missed. All right, let's see. Starting to look more like a marsh than, you know, a forest. We'll let that first one in. We'll catch the other 4. Dwarves move up and through. Goblin flies into a billion tiny pieces. Pull this drawbridge. Ah! See that one? Got smacked by the bridge. Actually, didn't make it out. It died in the in the remnants. The bits and pieces. Let's get this goblin's body out of here too. And let's teach the rest of them how to swim. There she goes. God, look at that overflow. That is something, man. Just it's kind of rad, yeah. Yeah, no, I just got to get the top of this covered and then set it so that when I drop this drawbridge, we just get a second gusher just shooting out. That's what we need to do. Enkidu. Gem setter has been possessed. Let's get this thing shut. Let's open the front door. So there's still a siege, apparently. How many goblins are left? Oh, there's actually kind of a few. Mostly crossbowmen, from the looks of things. All running down at the far end of the map. Okay. It's not going to be too difficult to deal with. I kind of thought that was all of them, but I guess not. Uh-oh, shit. Never mind, I lied, actually. I have to lock this again. Sorry, do actually have to close front door. It's a little wet up here. Okay, we gotta wait for this to drain out first. Fortunately, this is real good for showers. I mean, nobody's dirty in this fort. Everybody's just covered in map. Can I do the next one, ASCII? Absolutely. Said release the river. Yeah. I don't think I've defended a fortress with water since Anger Forest, which was the no digging fort where it was like literally everything was made out of wood. I'm kind of sad that fortress fell to were creatures, actually. I'm kind of sad that fortress didn't fall to like fire. I need to do another no digging fort that's like all forests again in the future, and then do the, you know. Ooh, a white Chalistoni amulet, and offers it to the Avalanche of Surprise. This is an amulet called Lantospot. This is a white Chalistoni amulet. All craft worship is of the highest quality. This object menaces with spikes of white Chalistoni. Would some conveniently placed sharp toys near the spout end up in the goblins? Not really. If I wanted to put stuff in the goblins, my best bet would be to either put spike traps down or to just put weapon traps down. That'd probably be my best bet. I think I should also put bridges along the edges. I can drain them out this. Oh, you know, actually, the thing that would be way quicker is if I dug one layer out directly beneath this and connected that to the river, and then just put drawbridges over top of it and just pulled the drawbridges and dropped all the water in. That would probably be the quickest way to get rid of this. It's harder to dodge them with a flood on top. Yeah, I mean, at this point, the water is the thing that's killing them. Adding other things doesn't really make things more efficient. Flood and Destruction of Isengard is your favorite scene from that trilogy? I have to agree. Yeah, I have to agree too. My favorite part of those movies is that bit. It's funny, my least favorite movie of the trilogy, but that is my favorite bit of the trilogy. Although, honestly, I think at this point, my favorite parts of Lord of the Rings isn't actually the movies themselves. My favorite parts of Lord of the Rings is, like, the practical effects. Just kind of in general. It's like if those movies were made now and they had the exact same plot, but they had like computer effects instead of practical effects, I probably wouldn't like that movie. No, they don't. No, they don't. Regardless of the length or size of bridge, it becomes a one-tile high wall if you have them set to raise. When Frodo is running towards Mount Dude, the homie is doing the slide run. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen that movie. Yeah, honestly, Is it bad that the Hobbit movies made me retroactively like the Lord of the Rings movies less? Like, the Lord of the Rings is like a wonderful series with some flaws or a wonderful trilogy with a few flaws that is as almost entirely redeeming qualities, with almost no serious issues. And then there's The Hobbit that just, like, kind of devalues the whole thing. It's kind of funny. I've encountered some people in my life who the first thing that we disagreed on is that I think those movies are bad. Like with Star Wars, right? Most people didn't like the prequels when the prequels finally came out. Then fast forward, a decade or something, 2 decades maybe, and you start finding people defending them. Here comes the first goblin. Like, it didn't actually take that long, but relatively quite soon after those movies came out, people started defending them. And turned around on them pretty quick. There we go. We got 3 more. Probably enough. And I think it's like a matter of what you grew up with, right? With me, what I grew up with was the Lord of the Rings books. Okay. Bang. There you go. Let's get this shut. Ooh, actually, hold up. I'm going to turn this off first. And we are going to get these off of here. Because I don't want this body in there. So get rid of the goblin stuffs. And the teeth. And the everything else. Okay, so you guys want me to do this in ASCII? Let's do this one in ASCII. I love how far some of the stuff goes. Wow. All right. Let's go down to here. This is going to be kind of hard to see just because there's already a bunch of water there, but it won't be too bad. This is a mess. Okay, well, you can see the G's in there. Those little G's. Those are the goblins. And we got more on the outside who may end up in my river, actually. And there goes the whoosh. Here comes the water spilling over the side. There's the geysers. These are the ones drowning right now. Goblins are being pushed towards the... pushed towards the river rather violently, in fact. I'm sure they are adoring this opportunity. Yeah, literally, they're all being pushed into the river. Not my intent. But, I mean, it's broken the siege. Oh, there goes one. Are they gonna... Okay, this one's climbing up the side of the wall. This one's probably just trying to leave. Where are you going, Gobby? I'm glad I walled this off. Where are you going? Holy shit. Guy's like quite the climber. What is your climbing skill? Novice. My ass. I refuse to believe that. It's what any legendary climber would say. Oh, I'm brand new at this. First time. We told the siegers to take a bath, and you know what they did? And then we got those 2 bonuses down there. That's very fun. All right, I should probably stop this from flooding. Smartest thing I did with this fort was make most of the fort so far above this area. You ever watched the final Hobbit film? You absolutely hated the escape from the Goblin Mine. Yep, that was the thing that broke it for me too. Was the escape from the Goblin Mine. My issue wasn't like the way the Goblin Mine was presented. My issue was they made a series of Lord of the Rings movies, right? Which were quite renowned and well liked. The Hobbit movies had a completely different visual aesthetic. So it didn't even feel like I was watching the same franchise, right? When like it is not only the same franchise, it's like most of the same people, a lot of the same people, right? So that was kind of my initial issue with them. But as it went on towards the like end of that first movie, the issue that I had is like there is a chunk where they are getting chased by goblins in the mine, in the book. Nothing like that in the book. Not even all of those characters are supposed to be there. Most of them aren't supposed to be there. It's literally just supposed to be Bilbo. And, like, unless I am horribly misremembering the way that book goes, which I read several times, there is no point in that book where the entire group of them are being chased at once through a mine like that. And it just felt bad. Like, you can't rewrite a book like that. I realize that it's like, oh, you know, creative choices and whatnot, but... I wonder if I slept through that, because I've somehow managed to erase whatever this barrel scene that you're referring to is out of my brain. Well, let's get this undone. Booted. It should clear this up pretty quick. The love triangle was the worst part. This is good. Vent your pain. You like the actor that played Bilbo Baggins? I mean, the acting is fine. Like, the casting, honestly, isn't my issue with that movie. It's everything else. It's the directing, the writing, it's the rewrites. It's too long. We'll probably be playing Creature Keepers by then. No, it's not. It's 2 movies. Shush. They never made a third one. They canceled it. True story. I only ever saw the first and second. I never did see the third one. So maybe the third one's fantastic and a wonderful film. There is part of me that wants to watch that fan re-edit of all 3 movies, hacked down into one.
This is madness.
Talking about dildo swaggins. We're talking about why the Hobbit movies are bad. How you doing, Hobo? Yeet. And also, you know, drowning lots and lots of goblins. Oh, also, Hobo, check the animated emotes. There's 2 new ones. You might recognize one of them. Does mist also make the pool of water and dirt? It washes stuff off the dwarves. But no, the dirt's coming from the gushing water out here. Not from the mist. And the only way to get rid of the mud is by unbuilding and rebuilding floors. Or building new floors on top of them. Never saw them. Good for you. I'm jealous. I mean, if you'd like a dwarf, just tell me. Clean all. That's cheating! Also, I don't want to clean all. I just want to clean this. But no, I don't use DF hacks commands unless it's absolutely necessary. And I assure you this isn't. Saw Broadway in neat times. Lots and lots of bright advertising. Yo, this is so well animated, right? Pull up the floor and replace it. Whatever looks a bit dirty. For certain things like vomit and pus and like liquids, that anything that isn't dirt, like the mud, basically, if you just stick a stockpile on top of it, they will clean it almost immediately, which I think is really funny. So if you need like contaminants cleaned, literally just like click drag over the area with a plank stockpile set to put nothing in it, and boom, minutes later it's gone. Don't worry, I figured that out on accident one day. It's pretty bright. Well lit, as the kids say. I've been killing goblins with water today, so, you know, giving goblins their much needed showers mostly. Also, yeah, Audio Coaster is our friendly local Broadway fanatic, so I love the fact that these dwarves are missing. These two dwarves have no pants because this uniform doesn't allow them to actually wear pants. So this dwarf is literally running around pantsless currently. Yep. Pantsless Kogan. So I pumped so hard that I've ended up with fish on the ground, meaning we're going to get to collect fish from the surface once they die. Which is kind of funny. And fish in ankle-deep water. Sounds very dwarfy. Just make giant fountain, catapult fish onto land, wait for water to dry up, pick up fish. Easy eats, easy life. That's how it reads to me. Let's hope this doesn't launch all these bodies out of here. 'Cause it might. Okay, well, we got a sock launched out, but that's okay. So need to make these dwarves clothing pretty soon. This helmet needs to go. Dwarven equivalent of dynamite fishing? I've been told by my dad many times that during hard times, my grandfather apparently went fishing with hand grenades. So, you know. Get stuff melted. And also melt this down. And this down. Fortunately, we do have plenty of charcoal still. Need another chest. Seems to be about it. So he has to make 3 more figurines. All right, chat room. So this is Darkwall. This fortress is coming along nicely, frankly. However, I would like to place some more creature keepers because that fortress is at endgame. And I would like to work on it a little bit. So this little fortress is, you know, it's making good progress. Not bad for 2 streams. Obviously, more work is going to go into this fortress. But let's see if we can put some more finishing touches onto the final chunks of creature keepers. What do you think, chat? Remove custom job that you use with job selected to see what dwarves are good at, and everyone else decided fishing wasn't the only thing to do. There you go. Find it odd that fishing is the highest priority. There's a reason why certain jobs don't allow you to set it to everybody does this. For whatever it's worth, there are reasons there are jobs that do not let you set to everyone. Because if you break that, it will brick your fort. Well, it won't break your fort, but it'll bring your fort to a standstill, right? It's just like the same reason you can't assign somebody to woodcutting and mining. If you assign someone to woodcutting and mining, they'll constantly be dropping and picking up and dropping and picking up and dropping and picking up the tool, swapping between the two. It's also why you shouldn't put a miner in the hunting job or whatever. Putnam said they fixed that last night. Which one? Which thing? I said like 6 things in the last 10 minutes. Or in the last 90 seconds. Not even. Was it the pick up and drop? Or fishing being highest priority? Which one? Because I clearly missed it when we were talking, because I was like staring at a game at the same time. And reading two chat rooms, not being automatic. Okay, well, I completely missed that. Correction noted. All right, so these dwarves have much to clean. Moods have turned around mostly. We do have some upset dwarves still, but not the worst. And we've mined out the top of this. I'm going to hack down another tree here, and then we're going to remove the rest of this. And start having a kind of nice little side of the cliff. All to our dwarves. And let's also mine this out. And just like that, chat, it's time to save. So, for those of you, if you guys would like to, just for formality purposes, chat room, if you would like to be polite, now's the time to say goodnight, YouTube, which is kind of like saying goodnight to the VOD. However, don't freak out, YouTube chat. We're not ending the stream just yet. Because that was 7 hours of this fort. Also, I just noticed we're up above 900 subs again. Thank you much, chat room. So then how do they assign stuff then? Also, that just because Putnam said she fixed it last night doesn't mean it's in the game yet. The Curious Maniac. Just for clarity's sake. That would mean that it would probably be going in the next patch. Because Putnam will say, I fixed a thing at this point, but it's not going to go into the game until the next patch. So even if she did fix it, which I'm assuming she said she did, even though I very much missed it, that still won't be in the game until the next patch. Your outpost liaison is going crazy. Sounds like somebody needs a bedroom given to them. Do you have a noble in your fort, like a king? Because if they're like a permanent resident in your fort, sounds like their needs aren't being met. And if they are a temporary resident in your fort, you still need to give them a bedroom. So, poor guy. Poor Dwarf. All right, let me just update the stream titles on the YouTube and Twitch.